Yeah. What's that?
I'm fucking pissed. I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now. Hey, so yeah. I can't get any of these cowardly fucks to debate me. Unless someone can give me a good fucking reason to keep doing this, I'm fucking giving it up. I don't I got better things to do with my time. Nobody ever cites my work. My angles to Polaris video. Nobody ever cites that. It's not the best one in the world, but you know, it's fucking something, you know, with a physical model. And it gets a lot of compliments. So I know it's not complete shit. Nobody ever plays my videos on their live streams. Or even little bits of it. When was the last time anybody shared any of my videos? You know, my most popular video is the Angles to Polaris video. And it has less than 1,000 fucking views and it's 2 years old. And I've got a shit community. I've got a shit community fucking not doing anything to fucking keep me doing it. Like I said, unless someone can give me a good fucking reason why I should keep streaming, you know, I'm done. So, thanks for the fish. I'm so pissed off right now. I've got a shit community. Made me look like a fucking asshole. Motherfucker! Fucking asshole! Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right now.
Your world is full of illusions, contradiction between fact and fiction.
Fucking talking shit
You never back your claims.
like a little cowardly bitch. Fucking talking shit.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker!
Unstoppable force on a movable feet.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am.
Straight lines converge in the distance.
Fucking
Why
asshole.
do I get so much resistance? I know
Fucking talking
you
shit
never prove me wrong.
right the fuck now. God damn it, fucker!
Now we get our physics deniers, pathological compulsive lies. I know you never prove me wrong.
You don't know how fucking pissed I am.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking asshole! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane.
God damn it! I can't get one of these pussies after fucking talking shit to this motherfucker. I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off. Motherfucker! God damn, he owes me a fucking apology.
Talk about your 2D surface. We all know you ain't got no purpose in life. We think that you live on board.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez.
It's where knowledge and ignorance meet.
Fucking talking shit! Motherfucker!
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Fucking talking shit!
We all know you're insane. We all know you're insane.
I get fucking emasculated by Jose J.G. Gonzalez, and I'm pretty fucking pissed off. That's all I've got to say about it. Motherfucker! Made me look like a fucking asshole.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. It is Free for All Friday. So welcome. And it's up to you for whatever topics you want to go over. And I do have a couple of things that I'd like to say about the Twitter thing with McToonery doing his joking around and handing out his paralogisms is gonna it's gonna make I don't know who can talk about it, because we've labeled this stream Existential Cognitive Veiling Free for All Friday. So the idea is that we're trying to be free from this cognitive veiling, which hopefully we can try and explain, but it's sort of pretty new to us. And McToon he's doing some really weird things. He's saying that Euclid and Euclidean geometry also did non-Euclid and non-Euclidean geometry, which is very strange, but hey, that's McToon's. It's McToon is the one that should really have to explain that, but not for us to go over that again. It's Free for All Friday, so anybody wants to come in and talk about anything, we'll get around to that night next week or something. Anybody got any topics that they would like to be bringing in? Anything occurring within anything, or are we going to be talking about this existential cognitive veiling? It's a tricky one to talk about because it's down to something that somebody cannot see anyway. I don't know how to express it, really. If you'd have been in this Discord server, you'd sort of get an idea that most of us are living in an arena where most of us are saying, like, what's going on? Where's the, like, how can they do this? How can it get worse? How can it get stranger? And it does. It gets stranger every day. So, yeah, trying to work out. I don't know how to explain it. Trying to work out what's going on within an arena where people want to talk about something. Like an example would be within this arena, people are always been asking other people for proof. Give me proof of that. Show me where's your proof. Why don't... Yet, when you ask them, like we started at the beginning of this year, they have no proof. They don't know what proof is. They say proof cannot exist. Yet everybody's been asking each other for proof. So I don't know. That's sort of a strange one, because were anybody to ever give any proof, they would just deny it somehow. They They even deny at the minute that an argument is in fact an argument, rather than rebutting it with any substantiated point or anything like that. What they do is they just say, well, that's not an argument. So it's been quite clear over this little bit that there's definitely something going on, and we needed a word for it. We came up with existential cognitive veiling. It's something that exists in reality. Existential, real, existing. And then the cognitive, it's you have a mental veiling that occurs when something's real. Now we do have another word for this, or a word to help us, but somebody's put a challenge out. So we have to find it and spot in this where this existential cognitive veiling comes from, or where it is going to be the task. And welcome anybody to come in, and let's see if we can spot it somewhere, because I'd love for somebody to spot something that I'm missing, because I think that's how we learn. It sounds a bit cryptic, doesn't it? It sounds a bit too cryptic. It's not meant to be.
Well, for me, one, I can't talk very long, but for me, it's when someone's holding, some accepted information, like whatever it is, but it's wrong, but they hold it to be true. Well, when you try to show them where it's wrong, they have such a held belief in that thing or that thought that when you try to show it to them, there's just a shutdown. So it's an existential cognitive veiling, because I had it happen with using the water level. It was my dad, actually. We went through it, used it practically, and then I asked the question, how far could I extend that? And at that moment, he just looked at me. He's like, I don't want to think about it.
Mm-hmm.
But that was it.
Yeah, similar with my father as well, yeah. It's easy to see it when it does happen. And I don't know why it does happen.
Or if you the other day, you try to walk somebody through the geometric aspect of a straight line and what the water level does, and they call it arbitrary. I mean, that's an existential cognitive veiling.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to be critical of anyone. Go on.
I was going to say, I think everybody in this arena has probably experienced it. They just didn't have the words to express, what was happening.
Yeah, there seems to be, whenever one of these points gets reached, there's a reaction that occurs, and it's some sort of deflection away from the actual subject that you were talking about. I'm pretty sure that everybody has experienced this sort of thing, where you are talking about something, but then all of a sudden you're talking about something different, and you can never get back to the actual topic that you were talking about. It's almost as if there's a fight on to not go there.
Yeah.
So
just think about how many. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just an example. I think an example of existential cognitive failing is like So I Googled the term definition spherical geometry and see what I get, see what the top results are. So first I get a frame that says, it's like a highlighted frame that says the geometry of circles, angles, and figures on the surface of a sphere. The non-Euclidean geometry on the surface of a sphere, and the geometry of figures on the surface of a sphere. Then I get an inset on the right from Wikipedia, like the browser volunteers to show me what Wikipedia has to say on that one. It has a cartoon rendering of the spherical Earth.
A sphere.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about Earth, right? Mind you, I never asked anything about Earth, but it does have. I mean, the first image I'm presented with is that of the spherical Earth, of one of the spherical Earth, and it reads on the text: spherical geometry. Spherical geometry is the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a sphere. So it says two-dimensional, and then it has the word surface.
Uh-huh.
And then it says in this context, in this context, the word, quote, sphere, end quote, refers only to the, it says it again, two-dimensional surface. And other terms like, quote, ball, end quote, or, quote, solid sphere, end quote, are used for the surface together with its three-dimensional interior. So this is Wikipedia, even though I didn't ask for it. Now, thankfully, like the first true link that comes up is that from Merriam-Webster. That's like a famous dictionary that's been rather solid for consistent for several years. I think it's British, actually. So I respect this a lot more than I do Wikipedia, but let's see what that says.
American, I think.
No. Anyway, it says the first thing that I get there is just the geometry of figures on a sphere. And I mean, this I can kind of work with the geometry of figures on a sphere, because sure, I can grab a ball and I can start painting, right? But to say that spherical geometry is the geometry of, whatever is the something of the two-dimensional surface of a three-dimensional object. But this is a contradiction in terms, right? You cannot have a two-dimensional surface of a three-dimensional object, can you?
Well,
If you are
a
taking
cube.
yes, but this is only part. One surface
exactly.
is two-dimensional, but to have a full surface of the cube, you have to have 6 surfaces.
Yeah.
And this is how Euclid is describing surfaces of solid objects. He is
I agree.
talking in plural. But you cannot say the same about sphere, because this is
Nope.
one surface. This is not 6 or 10 or 12 surfaces. This is one surface.
Yeah. And even on your example of the cube, even though its 6 surfaces are planar, if you refer to surface and want to include all of the cube, then you cannot say that this is two-dimensional.
Of course, you cannot.
I mean, let's just change the word just to see how stupid it sounds on the cube, right? So let's assume that we make an imagino geometry, and let's call it cubical geometry. So now I'm going to make a foolish statement, all right? So cubical geometry is the geometry of the two-dimensional surface of a cube. In this context, the word cube refers only to the two-dimensional surface, and other terms like box or solid cube are used for the surface together with its three-dimensional interior. Doesn't this sound extremely nonsensical?
I believe Gauss did it with developable and non-developable. That's specifically what he was talking about when he was talking about these surfaces. Because that's the only way you can express them. They are different, and this two-dimensional is I don't know, I would agree 2D is a plane. I think that's half of the reason we end up with this existential cognitive veiling, right? Because imagine trying to think that the surface of a sphere is 2D. I mean, that's gonna cause problems if you try and actually process that.
Yeah, but if you're trying to, achieve planar surveying, you're going to need a plane.
Mm-hmm.
So, surveying and working locally is planar. It seems locally it is, worked on the plane, and then they seem to just put it off, don't they? As we know, 100 square miles. And it becomes, I don't know, did they say it was 100 square miles? Is that right? Before it goes into.
I don't. It doesn't really matter what they say about that, does it?
No. But yeah.
I think you've got to have a fundamental understanding of what 2D is, don't you? I mean, that's. Can you imagine not knowing what 2D is? Like the two-dimensional surface of a sphere.
Well, that would be like a parallelism, because to have a planar surface being 2D, that's planar, and then to try to say that a sphere's surface is 2D, I mean that's a contradiction. How could you hold those two truths, coincide?
This is not strict contradiction. This is a fallacy called in Latin pars pro toto, part for the whole. This is false equivocation of part of something to be the whole. So the property of the one surface of the cube, this is square, you cannot equivocate with the whole. But in the case of the sphere, globers are equivocating the same. So it is false equivocation. You cannot equivocate one surface of the cube with all. One surface of the cube square is 2D, but all surfaces are not 2D. If you are taking whole 6 surfaces, they are not 2D because every plane is in different dimensions. So this is false equivocation, pars pro toto in Latin.
Yeah, they're taking the definition from book 1 and injecting it into book 11, solids, saying they're the same, which they obviously aren't. But I mean, that's people like McToon, Farmer's Boy. I mean, they're the top guys that we've got. And these sort of concepts and things that you can look at. Yeah, you can look at all of these concepts and stuff and understand. I don't think it takes too long for you to know what 2D is. I mean, if somebody were to be telling you that 2D was a square or a triangle or something, and then somebody said, well, also a sphere, just sounds ridiculous. It's set up with the modus ponendo tollens, right? These two things cannot be the same. A sphere is not a circle. Both cannot be 2D. 2D cannot be both a circle and a sphere.
It's like equivocation straight line with curved line, because this is line and this is line. You cannot say, you cannot equivocate. The same with the sphere and, for example, cube. The cube has 6 surfaces and sphere has 1. So if 6 surfaces of the cube are in 3 dimensions, it means that the whole surface of the sphere, which is 1, has to be also in 3 dimensions, not 2.
That's why I think this is one of the, like, the great, I used to call it the great paralogism, where it's, you know, it's been accepted as a false truth, right? They've accepted a false truth. But now it's more like that, because of this existential matter, right? That it is definitely something you can see and tell, but they've been told in their books, and the great shadow giants have told them that a sphere is 2D. They've been put in that position where they have to say that. Yet, how do you explain that? How do you explain a circle being the same as a sphere? They obviously can't, and they can't even talk about it, so.
This is, for me, this is paradox, because saying that sphere is 2D means that someone is assuming curved dimensions. He has to assume curved dimensions. This is only way how can you say that you can say that a sphere is 2-dimensional. You have to curve both dimensions.
Would you be tempted to call that a twisted mind?
Yes,
Warped mind,
curved
yeah.
mind.
Warped, skewed, just sort of not of correct thinking. I mean, no wonder they find it difficult to talk about it. And I can understand why like we say, existential cognitive veiling, I don't know whether they be in control of it themselves. I don't know. Until we find someone that can talk about it without losing their mind. I don't know. I personally don't think anybody will ever be able to talk about it. I've experienced it with my father. There's some things that you know the conversation isn't going to go any further, and we've been particularly in an arena where the conversations have been asked to be had. You know, the questions have been asked. There's never been any answers. It's a strange arena that we find ourselves in, when we can make, like we say, we've made this argument because people have been telling us that we don't understand things. Well, we simplify it to show exactly how we do understand it. We call it advanced simplicity, but I mean, it's breaking things down to the simplest form you can and making that easy to explain to anyone. That's the idea. And I'm pretty sure that it's not just us here in this Discord server that like to do that. I'm pretty sure there are more people out there that like to do this. Make it as simple as you can so as many people can understand it, because when you find, I can always remember it was talking to Emma, mainly people watching, and Emma always said, I don't understand the arguments, I don't understand any of the stuff, I'm not into all of that sort of stuff. And it shows, because there was no arguments. Nothing ever made any sense. Even what the conversations were meant to be about, there was nothing there. So then it was just trying to explain the exactly what's going on and what the point anybody was. I mean, we've been quite often asking people what it is that the point they're trying to make. Because they come in with criticism of something that we've said or something that they've heard, and then we end up with a conversation about exactly what somebody thinks that they've heard, rather than having an actual point to coming in here, some sort of a criticism of something.
I think this is some kind of tactic, because sophist, if he has no point, no argument, he's trying to disprove opponent's argument, and then say, I won because I proved you wrong, therefore I am right.
Yeah.
Of course, this is not true, because disproving something doesn't mean that the opponent proved his point.
When he didn't have one.
But he is making that impression that therefore he is right.
Yeah.
And many people is fooled by that kind of argumentation. Oh yes, this guy is stupid, therefore this guy is wise. He is right.
Yeah, I think there's this very small group of people that pat each other on the back, and they hand each other these paralogisms. Like Buster was saying, you know, the accepted false truths. They get handed from one person to another. And that's what I think. That's what McToon and his buddies are doing. There's not many of them. There's a short group of people, but they do have, and they have brought us to this point where simplicity is obvious, yet there still is no rebuttal argument. There's no counter to it or anything. Literally nothing, except well, Toon was saying, I said in a tweet that I'm not a flat earther. I've got a proof it's not flat. And McToon says that that's me saying I am. Just blatant contradictions, and I don't know who he's fooling. You know, there's a group of people that they're accepting what he says. And it's the smallest group of people there is. I think on the internet, I don't think there's a smaller group. Yet they imagine that they are the cleverest people, and they have the largest group of the cleverest people, and yet they're a tiny minority on Discord and YouTube. Well, I think McToon's gone on to TikTok, and I don't know where else he goes. I think he's on TikTok. I mean, that's where all of the best people go for the short clips. He's even put some clips about me on his TikTok. That's the sort of people we're dealing with. McToon is at the minute, he's saying some really stupid things, and he should be the one that is being able to show this. So we look forward to McToon showing everybody about the proofs within spherical geometry that was wrote by Euclid. That'd be good. What happened then? Yeah, I don't know. I'll check Twitter again in a minute. See what's going on with McToon and his white knights. He has a few. I call them his paralogism advisors. And there'll be quite a few of those people, but none of them can actually talk about the thing that they're talking about. McToon says today that Euclid wrote about spherical geometry, so therefore spherical geometry is Euclidean, which is some of the strangest stuff you've ever heard, and some of the strangest logic to ever come out of anyone. So little thought processing goes into somebody saying something like that.
He wrote also cubic geometry and prism geometry.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they wrongfully think, though, it comes from the lights in the sky. Like somebody's got the
Astrology.
misapprehension that spherical astronomy can relate to spherical geometry. Like they seem to have confused those two things. Well, I wouldn't say spherical astronomy. I'd just say astronomy. And then they've developed it and add bits and end up with spherical geometry at the other end. It's like a parallelism factory that McToon and his buddies have. They've made people feel comfortable in these parallelisms. And good luck to them. I keep saying that the more the better.
To bop it up, K. I look at it as just
Yeah, this is very. I'm hoping that at some point there is somebody that wants to actually attempt to discuss spherical geometry and the implications of it with respect to Euclidean geometry. Because most of the time, all of the time, everybody uses Euclidean. These guys that we're dealing with at the minute have this misunderstanding that spherical geometry is just drawing things on balls. And I'm pretty certain that's not the case. Because balls are 3D. Not 2D. Unless you want to have the concept that 3D is 2D, and then you're having to deal with a massive identity crisis problem.
How to draw a ball on a ball?
Yeah. Yeah, there is no, like, well, that's the half of the problem is when you say spherical geometry, I mean, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything, does it? It doesn't mean that here's a ball, because that's Euclidean geometry. It's not spherical geometry.
Empty term for me.
Yeah. Vacuous truth, I think Buster calls them. Means absolutely nothing. Yet it can be taken as a thing that has an entity all of its own. As long as you don't actually look at it and try and analyze it as what it is and how it relates to anything else. As long as you don't try and do that, you can have this concept that there is actually a spherical geometry. You can say it exists as a mental construct in your mind, but I don't think you could actually say it exists. I mean, if you're talking about drawing a line on a ball, well, it exists, but only at the point that the ball exists, and the ball is a solid Euclidean shape. So only the Euclidean shapes exist. not the not Euclidean. I mean, if you have a sphere being a thing, a sphere, then what's a not sphere within not Euclidean, non-Euclidean? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
For me, neither.
And because of this existential cognitive veiling, you will never find a conversation. I mean, we've had many of conversations about these sort of basic concepts. Seems that there's a group of people that have, they seem to have a differing view to us, but an inability to actually discuss it or talk about it. And I think that's, in a debate scenario, that's a little bit worrying. Which is why we are open up for discussions. Me personally, I'd love to have more of these debates. But I don't think they want us to. I was trying to set up something with Red's rhetoric to show him the argument, but I think it's been made pretty clear now that the argument is so simple. I don't know what they could misunderstand about it, and any more conversations about something that's so simple can't really help anybody or help them to look smart or anything. Or it just looks a bit bad if they're saying that they can't understand what the plane of a horizon is. Everybody knows what the horizon is, where the land appears to meet the sky. Well, if there's mountains in the way, obviously there's an elevation change and it goes up and down. Well, that's what we call a topological horizon. We're talking about the plane of it, the plane that lies in, normally over water, the true horizon, I think. When people think of the horizon, I mean, do they normally think of mountains, valleys? I think they mainly think of over water, so it's hardly surprising that the horizon and horizontal are linked when you link a plane to the horizon. Understanding what the plane of the horizon is should be a simple concept to people when you understand that a plane is 2D. But if somebody's messed your mind up and told you that the surface of a sphere is also 2D, then what's a plane? How can a plane be both 2D and the surface of a sphere be 2D as well? Causes a problem. And because these planes exist in reality, it's a existential problem. A problem that does exist in reality. It's something that you can actually work out. That's why it becomes difficult for them to talk about. And that's why it'll probably be difficult for anybody to talk about. Because at the core of all of this that they particularly want to talk about is the shape of things. If you can't even sort out what 2D is, then how are you meant to understand what shape is? If you can't even talk about something, you know, that exists in reality, i.e. shapes, solid shapes, 3D shapes, everything in reality is 3D, then what's a 2D concept? How do you talk about it? Particularly the people that we're talking about have this problem where they have to go to negative to try and wait for you to make some sort of claim or statement or something, and then say no. But that no is towards us stating that a sphere is obviously 3D, since the surface of it is the bit that you can see, and that's the bit that you can notice that the sphere is definitely 3D. Then that surface of that sphere literally has to be 3D. It's what lets you know the sphere's 3D. Yeah, difficult to talk about. Existential cognitive veiling. We can talk about it, of course. But it'll always end up with, in reality, everything is 3D. There's nothing that is 2D. Horizontal planes are things that obviously exist in reality, because horizontal is a term based in reality. It's linked to the horizon, the totality of the horizon. I think somebody else was saying something about that. I'm not very good with words and nouns.
Horizon is not a concept. It is what we see. So it is linked to our senses. So nobody can say that this is conceptual. No, horizon is not conceptual.
It exists. Does it exist? Does an apparent thing exist? I don't know. That'd be a tough one, wouldn't it? It's something that you can predicate upon.
Yes, because you can see.
Yeah. So, anybody got anything else to talk about rather than just me waffling on about existential? I mean, it will be shown the lack of people being able to come and talk about these things. Have we got? I'll have to go to the garage. Can you make me a brew, please? Yeah. Oh, this is to make me a brew. Check it out. So I'll put a shout out to McToon. He's been hiding behind Red's rhetoric, and he's been obviously getting upset, probably because of us talking to Brenda.
How so?
What?
Why he is upset that we are talking to Brenda? I
Well,
don't understand.
Brenda got upset yesterday. I had to kick Brenda for spreading misinformation. So that's when McToon decides to go on Twitter and start doing the sort of the name thing, you know, where he writes name at try thinking, and then just starts writing stuff, blatant lies. And I think that's because we had Brenda in. He always does it after Brenda's come in here. So there's some sort of a link between Brenda. I think Brenda might get on his case, you know, might start burning his toast and stuff like that. So he has to get on Twitter. Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
I'm making toast.
Yeah, he gets all upset about it. Yeah, there's some sort of a connection. I think there's some sort of connection between McToon and his McToonery and Jesse Kozlowski and Brenda. And obviously, because I went on McToon's thing with Jeff, so there's probably a connection with Jeff there as well. McToon, Jeff, Brenda, and Jesse Kozlowski. Is he gonna get in? Yeah. Yeah, so come and have a chat about it, Toon. Well, I'll come over on yours and have a chat about it. You can get all your super chats sorted. As I explain the argument, I explain how we know there is a plane of the horizon. Seems to be troubling a lot of people because of it being in reality. Very reality based, being the horizon, and also being connected to horizontals, which is part of the argument. But McToon knows of some Euclidean reference where apparently Euclid wrote some non-Euclid stuff. So I mean, I'd love to hear that. I've been telling people that to me reality is obviously 3D and described brilliantly by Euclidean geometry, which seems to be based in logical framework that's quite understandable and easy to simplify to show people. All schools and stuff like that teach Euclidean geometry. I think it's strange that this inability to actually talk about it, considering that they've been so happy to let people know that they're so right. They've got people who support their paralogisms. They've got people that help them out. Pat them on the back, say they're there, it's okay. And I think that's what the relationship with Brenda and McToons is. Either that or they're the same person. I mean, have you ever seen them in the same room together? Has Brenda ever debated anybody on McToon? Hey, that'd be good, wouldn't it? Should I offer to debate Brenda on McToons? What do you think?
To check.
Yeah. Yeah.
The problem with spherical geometry is that sphere is part of Euclidean geometry. And if it is part of Euclidean geometry, you cannot make from part the whole again. So it is and make it contradictory, because you cannot have part of the thing to be contradictory with the whole. It's impossible. This is ontological contradiction. You cannot have thing within some part is contradicting the whole or other part. So as sphere is part of Euclidean geometry, it means that this geometry should refer to the whole Euclidean geometry, and it cannot in their new spherical geometry. That's why if it contradicts axioms, postulates, definitions, etc., it means that it cannot be spherical geometry and cannot be part of Euclidean geometry. And but on the other hand, you cannot just to go out with the sphere out of Euclidean geometry, because sphere is part of Euclidean geometry. So this is just nonsense. You cannot do that. It means for me that spherical geometry cannot exist. Cannot exist, just simple.
Mm-hmm. Cannot actually exist. Like as in a sphere can exist and a cube can exist. Spherical geometry cannot. I always thought that when I started looking into this at the beginning, and I'm pretty sure most people would do a similar sort of thing. When you look at spherical geometry, like you say, it's based upon Euclidean. You have to have a sphere to start off what you're doing, and if that's the case, then spherical geometry could not be a pure geometry. I don't know whether they call it pure geometry or an absolute geometry, but since it's based upon another figure in another solid shape in another geometric system, it cannot be a true geometry.
Yes, because this spherical geometry is dependent on a sphere.
Mhm.
It's always has to be always related to the sphere.
And where would it come in, though, right? Like in Euclidean geometry, the sphere is a definition in book 11. Where would the sphere or that thing come in an axiom, a definition, or where would it come in spherical geometry?
It has no
Yeah.
beginning.
It's not.
This is
It's
nothing.
always there. It's there before any of those other things.
Yes, but this sphere is too complicated. Euclid starts from point for the sphere, because they are on the sphere. Points are. So why someone is starting from the end?
Yeah.
This is just upside down geometry.
Stolen concept.
Euclid starts from point. And why spherical geometry is starting from sphere? It is just, for me, this is just backpedaling backward.
Yeah, they've got away with it for far too long, all because they don't want to talk about it. Well, no more. It's ridiculous concept to start something from something that isn't even within the geometric system that you're talking about. So ridiculous.
Everything to defend the model.
The model that already exists, right? It's always there at the base of all understanding. First and foremost comes the sphere. And yet, they can't talk about it. I find it fascinating. And I really like the idea of this existential cognitive veiling. Because it exists in reality. They can't talk about it. They have to hide all conversations about it. And you'll see as well that the conversations won't be able to be had. One, because they probably won't come and talk to us anymore. We've upset them. But we'll have to be having these conversations, and I welcome them. But I think what we're going to start doing is these. Call it members only, but it's not meant to be like that. They're meant to be a more one-to-one type conversations that we do have that don't go out live, because there's a lot of stuff that people like to criticize over, and we were saying earlier today that some of the stuff is where you just say, isn't that good? Isn't that, like we've took some pictures, look at them, aren't they good? And that's all that you're meant to say, but there are these people that, because you put it out live, wanting to explain things to people, that they take it far too far. So we're going to be doing a few like one-on-one type intimate, what's that, glasses off type sort of stuff. where we go over some of these things, because we have been going over stuff and learning this sort of stuff together. It's not, I may be the one that talk about it all, but most of the stuff that we go through here is a culmination of everybody that comes in here. Me and Emma are here most of the time. I'm Redmond. Don't forget Redmond. Yeah, we're here most of the time chatting about these sort of things, and as we're chatting about them, people coming in, all of these ideas and things get put together. I just seem to be the voice of all of these ideas and things that come together, because they inspire me to well, they inspire me to be here, to carry on doing what we do, because it's worthwhile for me anyway. I really enjoy doing this. I've like I say, I'm a carer. Emma's a carer. We get to do these sort of mind things, and we do enjoy ourselves while we're doing it, so can't say that I don't. Anyway, this is Free for All Friday. Everybody else is meant to be talking. To be having me time off. Waffling on too much. It's interesting though, isn't it, that this little bit that we've just come to now, we've found our calling, I think. We've been saying for quite a bit, there's something not right, and there's something, this isn't right, and this needs changing a bit or whatever, and we've found out that well, we are what we are, and we've turned into that thing that hopefully that we want to be. If anybody wants to come in and join in, it's a Discord. It's an open Discord server. Come in, have a chat. Stick to reality though. Well, that's what we like to do. Stick to real things. And we'll be fine. Thanks for that, dances. I've been getting, there's a guy on Twitter that says that the I Can Science That character is one of the most nicest people on the YouTube, and he absolutely demolished the Realising Euclid test. There's that statement that's going round.
I would disagree with both statements.
Yeah, I say this tiny little group of people who I consider the inspiration, right? Because they say such stupid things, and you think, can we really have that? People, saying such stupid stuff, but when you realise who it is that they're saying it to, we were the other Globe Earth defenders, then is it really doing any harm? When you get people who say some stupid shit, then What are you meant to do? You just let them tell their friends and say, "Go on, you say it." But what you've got to be careful of is that they don't start, gaslighting and convincing people of something that obviously isn't true. But I mean, who's the sort of person that thinks that a sphere is 2D? Sort of a person gets convinced because somebody like McToon, or maybe Plato Chips, or somebody who's pretending to be a surveyor, or maybe they're pretending to be a mathematician, maybe a globe logician, maybe even some sort of an engineer that plays with balls in his garage, maybe a guy that's pretending to do tests at Bedford level, putting up leaning poles. Takes all sorts. Maybe somebody who's pretending to be a pilot. I mean, who do you take your advice from about reality? About whether straight lines are straight, whether you understand what straight is. Who's going to be the one to tell you that? Maybe some YouTube character? Maybe a YouTube character that's good at insulting people. Maybe he points fingers at people and labels them so he can then insult them. And absolutely get everything wrong. State that there's a contradictory term there, right? It's saying that Euclid wrote non-Euclidean geometry, therefore non-Euclidean geometry is Euclidean.
Yes, this is a pure contradiction. Yes.
But I mean, that's the strength of the argument at the minute. That's literally how good they are. But this is the guy that writes name and then Bev, try thinking or something. You know, he's doing it with a purpose to let everybody know that name means something to him. That paper thing that they can do. I think it's for defamation, right? It's definitely defamation of character by saying name such and such is lying. I think I got called Satan by him earlier. That one was a good one.
This is big one.
Yeah. So I mean that's quite impressive, really. If McToon thinks it's that impressive, that for me saying that all horizontals are parallel, if that's troubling for somebody like McToon, you'd hope that he has some sort of an argument or a rebuttal or some sort of proof up his sleeves to back those sort of claims up, wouldn't you? Anytime, McToon. Anytime. I still can't believe like who's not around. Jesse Kozlowski should be around to help these guys out. They've lost one of the top guys, and they need a slot refilling. They're losing all sorts. We need some hope. So I'll offer the challenge up again. The Realising Euclid is to show how you can realise Euclidean principles into reality. It should be pretty simple to be able to do this sort of thing. That was what started this. They don't like the idea. And they call it, I mean, they're doing one of these fallacy things. It's not because it is Euclid. It's the principles behind the formulation of this geometry. It's something that's inherent in nature. And it's what you gives you the ability to derive things like pi and the Fibonacci sequence. Fibonacci, you know, being a number as well, a ratio. You can't derive all of those things without Euclidean geometry. And there seems to be a group of people that like to try and obfuscate and turn it into something about some guy. It's got nothing to do with the people or the names of anybody. This is something that should be instinctual to most people, and it should be learned as a child, right? But as an adult, if you start telling people that they don't understand what a straight line is because somebody's decided that it might be different, but you've got no idea how it is or anything, then you've got a problem. They've got a problem. I call it gaslighting of the worst kind, because they're literally trying to convince people of something that just isn't real and can never be realized. It doesn't actually exist. The ball, the sphere, that definitely does exist. So, yeah. Rather a weird free-for-all Friday, isn't it? Everybody's quiet.
Yeah, don't make me start talking. It's not good.
No globers, no flat earthers, no nothing.
Yeah. Just reality, that's good. That's the way it is. But
Peace
yeah.
and quiet.
Existential cognitive veiling. I mean, I don't have a problem talking about anything in reality. I do have a problem hearing people who want to be able to have opinions and things about stuff that they don't know. I'd rather hear from people that do know. Calling all experts. in specific fields, come and let us know about your expertise. If you think you've got anything you think people might be interested in, come and let us know. I'd like to talk to anybody about all of these things and see whether see how many people there are that cannot talk about it. I think there's a lot of people that would find it interesting, and it has it's always seems strange to me that within the group of people that we're in, how little how little they actually would like to talk about these things. I think Spot On always said, where is everyone? We've got a Realising Euclid test. Costs £100 per person, so 200 quid. You've got your basic test sorted, but another 2 or 3 people altogether will have a bigger test. With more people involved in it. God, it's quiet tonight, isn't it? Have we stunned everyone? Can't be that bad. Where do we go from here? Point out the problem directly, and then it seems to be difficult to address, because I think it's been pointed out now. There is no argument coming from these guys, and now we find out that they can't even talk about their own model for fear of this existential, right? The point that somebody might point out something that exists in reality that contradicts their model, and that'd be distressing. So we can't have that. So let's just pretend it doesn't exist and carry on with some old conversations about something else. I would like to see McToon in a debate about spherical geometry, whether it exists or not. That'd be a good debate. Maybe show some proof where Euclid talked about non-Euclidean. It just sounds ridiculous to me. No, actually, in order for you to understand non-Euclidean, you first must at least have a little understanding of what Euclidean geometry is. And for them to say not Euclid, I'm not too sure. how easy it is to... I suppose you could explain it by saying, see this cup? Well, can you imagine a not cup? Because I think that's pretty much how you have to conceptualize your thinking around the not. But I think that's some sort of it's been part of their thinking all along to just have the not that. Sorry, waffling again, aren't I? Free for all Friday. I don't want to make it all about me and the ridiculous stuff that gets said to me. But if people can learn from other people's misunderstandings, then we'll continue to talk about these sort of things. And again, I do want to talk to these people. I can't have like yesterday I had to kick Brenda because of spreading misinformation, wrong information with no basis and no knowledge of anything, just talking rubbish. So I can't allow that. But I mean, it is free for all Friday. I mean, yesterday was Euclid, and that's why I had to get rid of Brenda yesterday, because I can't have somebody sprouting nonsense about professional people and their jobs on the midweek shows. Mondays and Fridays, they're different. That's what we're here for. Today, though, special existential cognitive veiling free for all Friday. So we try to be let everybody know that the existential cognitive veiling is something that we will be highlighting, because we are going to have to point it out when it's seen now. I think there should be plenty of chances for us to explain this, but now there will be less people coming round, because I think they won't want to show us this. It's one of their tactics, is to not talk about something. So now they're going to be keeping away from us, because we will be able to spot when they deflect and for what reason. Some of you wrote. You liking this new format? I'm not too sure if Free for All Fridays were meant to be like this. I'm having a ciggy break. It's coming up to the weekend now. Last weekend, we did SE Buster, and me had this existential cognitive veiling was unleashed upon us through that one word, existential. And that led us on a journey. Now we have these, I don't know what to call them. Again, they're going to need a word for this journey that we go on. Yeah, where there's something that one particular thing is said or mentioned, and then from then it just sort of snowballs and we get led on a journey about anything. It doesn't really matter. We had one of the best ones that I think everyone can remember is when Spot On gave us the Bertrand Russell thing. Now, me and Spot On had already looked at Bertrand Russell, but when it was brought back up again, the journey that all of us sort of everybody went off in little different directions, and they all came back together to formulate into this like a learning experience. But it was different for everyone, and everyone was able to bring their own little pieces of the thing together, which made it much greater than it would have been singularly or doing it on your own. And we had that last week at the weekend after a really quiet Sunday. So hopefully those sort of things will happen again. We will be recording those and putting those out as like members only type stuff, because I don't think it's there for the trolls really. Although the trolls might be more interested in that sort of thing, because then they can pick. Yeah, I don't want to go into any more of that. I want to do that again with SE and Buster. There's quite a few things that we'd like to go back over again. But if anybody else wants to come in and talk about anything, or yeah, is everybody just challenging me to see how much I can waffle all night?
You're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
ECV night.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? I was just thinking of putting out an ECV thing. You beat me to it. I'm going to put it out maybe tomorrow. I had a chat with Rumpus on dark matter and dark energy.
Wow.
If you want to hear existential cognitive valence, that's the combo, bro.
Let me guess, you're a moron and you don't understand. You're utter moron. Just because you don't understand dark matter doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I mean, how do you account for all those galaxies not rotating the way they should? I mean, it's obvious, but it's obvious, of course, to everybody, except, of course, a moron like you. You just don't understand it.
Not bad, not bad at all. Yeah, it was as usual, bringing water from 100 different wells. Unbelievable, just sophistry. And ECV, the veil was in full swing. That veil came out and it got riveted on. Nothing could take it off.
Yeah, well, if they're talking about dark matter, then, I mean, that doesn't exist, right? That's exactly where they'd want to be.
Yep.
Hiding away from something that does exist.
But it's, I mean, within the academia, there is even on the cosmologist cycles, right? There is like at least 1 out of 2 that is really, really not convinced about this whole dark matter thing. And that's for someone that does this for a job. And if you look at the publications, there is 3,000 to 4,000 papers published every year from the mainstream academia trying to figure out what gravity is. And this tells you that these things are not well established, so to speak, in the scientific community, whatever that is. So there is no consensus. I mean, there's just Wikipedia and these guys that are really, really jumping at the slightest opportunity to support this as if it's some sort of fact, right? Who knows? Maybe
existing.
I think it more has to do with supporting what they perceive as the main dominant mainstream narrative is, and supporting that one, because tomorrow, we may see weird stuff on the sky, and NASA, next thing you know, NASA is thrown under the bus, and they do a public statement like, well, yeah, we faked the moon landing, but we had to because the truth is very weird. And you see, actually, what happens is that there are 7 dimensions, and that's what we've been doing with CERN, and introduce the next chapter of bullshit that people are supposed to take on faith. So people like Rampus or any, I mean, I don't mean to, single him out or name him or anything, but any globe apologist, I think their main function is not that they are globe apologists. I think they are the main narratives apologists. Like whatever is advertised that the world is supposed to be, that's what they will jump into public fora and try and defend.
But why what the world is meant to be? Why does that matter? That's what I can't understand, right? Why does that? I mean, we are living in whatever reality we are. We're all living in the same reality. So why the problem with the shape thing in particular?
Well, in my opinion, it's because your cosmology, like not like yours, but the royal you, like cosmology dictates your beliefs and convictions, and these ones determine your psychology, and your psychology determines your motives, and your motives will eventually determine your behavior. So if someone is believes that is a product of, I don't know, pure chance and happenstance, and that anytime some meteor may hit and, obliterate them, and that, it's not clear what's more to life other than grab as much resources as you can, because there isn't enough to go around for anyone. That puts you in a kind of a darker, like, psychological state, I guess. I wouldn't connect that like directly to the ball, because I've seen people that believe that they live on a sphere, on an ephemeral sphere, that is very fragile and whatever, and they do not behave like this. But I think it has a lot to do with being statistically certain that out of 1,000 people chosen at random, 900 of them will be having mental health issues, and people that live in fear and bewilderment are easier to control, basically. So I'm just saying I'm trying to see this from a dictator's point of view,
Let me address this why issue. Why, right? Well, it's human nature, right? People want to know. Well, I'm one of those people that wants to know. Like when I was a kid, I wanted to know, like they would hide stuff from me because I would take everything apart, break stuff to see what's inside, right? I was one of those kids. So I'm one of those that wants to know, right? Where we're at, why, how, right? But I'm also aware that there's certain things that I'll never know why. And I'm fine with that. And you just got to find that balance. You have to realize that there's some things you're going to go to the grave not knowing. And if you can't accept that's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, what I'd say is that I had no idea how fascinating this arena is until they brought me into it. So until I was told about this thing, I had no idea of it. So this group of people have made me want to know about this thing. Now, me personally, what you got out of it, you wanted to know, about the what they were saying. I personally wanted to know why they were saying it, right? Same sort of thing. But along with that is why are they so obsessed with that? And why is it that they think that you must be wrong? Because you're just looking for the same thing, aren't you? You're curious. I'm curious about a similar sort of thing, but it's this group of people that have made us curious about it. If it hadn't have been for this group of people, then don't think I'd have been as curious.
Absolutely. They say
if you got
respect your
answers,
enemy.
yeah.
Yeah, well, they're not enemies, but take them as opponents, right? If it wasn't for these guys, I wouldn't know half the shit I know now. So thank you, ballers. Thank you. I really mean that. Thank you.
I do too, as well. I mean, I remember one of the first videos we looked at was Soundly and Jesse Kozlowski. Now, in that video, Jesse Kozlowski says that he was thankful for the research flat earth thing because it made him look into it. Well, me too. I'm thankful that these guys have brought me into this arena so I can I found you guys. I've found a group of people. I've found something for us to come together and think, well, this group of people that we're talking about, why are they doing it? What's up with them? Why do they want to be like this? And it's going to keep us going because, like I say, we've found this existential cognitive veiling. You can see it more and more now. But what's it about? What are we meant to be doing? You know, why is it that they cannot look at things in reality?
I've come up with 2 reasons so far. One is the crazy amount of money it takes for an education. You can spend like $200,000-$300,000, right? And once you learn all this stuff, I mean, it's seared in your head. There's no way you're gonna go against it. That's number one. The other one is, I think that it's put in your head. It's like, you know, as the president say, that dumb flat earthers, or, well, no, they don't say that. They say we don't have time for the flat earth society. It's been drilled into your head that if you're a flat earther, you're a backward thinker. And if you're into the sciences, well, you're the new improved human being. Those other people, they're dumb. Yeah, that's what I think.
Well, I think we are just talking about reality here. So these guys, it seems that they cannot talk about reality. There's something going on that stops them from doing that. Now, what is that thing that stops them from doing it? I don't know. It just seems strange. And I think
Probably a combination.
Yeah, it's got something to do, I think, with, like we were saying earlier, with the spherical geometry is based upon the sphere. Now, that is not defined or stated or anything within the geometry that they're talking about. There's not really that much to go for spherical geometry to understand it. There's nothing like there is for Euclidean geometry. But if there were, it's based upon something that doesn't even exist within the geometric framework. So it's a nonsensical starting point that you have to have. And I think that's at the basis of all of this stuff. They like to call that science, but I don't think it is. If you're starting from something that cannot exist and cannot be shown, proved, or anything, then I don't know.
Think about how tough it is, right? To go against everything you've been taught from childhood, from grade school, the movies, all the scientists, right? All the body of science, NASA, all these pictures, all these space agencies. Think it's tough for a person to say, you know, I see something funny there.
I don't know.
It's like conditioning, you know?
Well, when you link that with the understanding, like these guys have to say this totally ridiculous stuff. I mean, it's not a choice. It's not like you know, that stuff that they've shown you and all of that, then that still can be not much of a problem. But you have to admit that when these guys say this ridiculous stuff, it's got to make you think twice. When you accept reality is reality.
Look, what's the biggest form of ECV? I think I have it here. They're convinced they live on a sphere surrounded by water and air that makes a sphere that is spinning, traveling at millions of miles an hour in a vacuum. Now, if that ain't ECV, existential congruent valence, I don't know what is. Just think about that. That is the model you've been presented. It goes against every logical sense you have. It goes against every physical thing you've ever been taught, but yet this is the story.
These model afflicted people think that you should go against your senses. I heard it the other day with a guy speaking, and him and his mate were just agreeing with each other that, you know, you just can't trust your senses.
Yeah. You hear that all the time. How would you feel if you were traveling at 4 million miles an hour at 11 different vectors? Are you crazy? You should be able to feel. That's what they say, man. That's what they tell you. I mean, sorry. I mean, I'm getting excited, but how many times I've heard that just makes me go mad. I'm the crazy one for not believing that I'm traveling at 4 million miles an hour at 11 different vectors.
It's also, this also encapsulates the paralogism that, I mean, you can't trust your senses, but your senses are something that exists exactly so you will be able to navigate the external world, right? That's what the senses are. It's the human faculties that you know, register signals from the outside world. So you can. I mean, of course, there is a, you know, magic, if you will, way of how light gets transformed into vision and blah blah blah, whatever. But at its nuts and bolts, what's happening is that stuff that happen outside of you get you know, properly parsed and interpreted by your inner being, so you can, as a being, you can adjust your behavior. I'm not talking about like your you know, behavior, whether you're polite or you're rude, but immediate things like I'm not gonna step here because there's a cliff. You know, I'm not gonna touch this because it's hot. You know, that kind of stuff, that kind of behavior, like directly.
Logical method, you know, used by all senses, human senses.
Yeah, or even cross the road. I mean, of course I trust my senses. They keep me alive. Why wouldn't I trust them? Right? I'm not gonna be looking at what Google says when I want to, you know, cross the highway. I'm gonna keep my eyes open and I'm gonna wait until I see no incoming cars, and then I'm gonna leg it. That's what I'm gonna do.
I might just add that when you're dealing with something like a water level, for instance, I mean, the tool device, the only, you know, the senses, your senses or my senses, if, you know, once the water level's set up and left at rest, right, it's still going to do whatever it's doing without you looking at it or whatever. You know, it is what it is. It does what it does. Now, if you look over it, close up, long distance, whatever, it's going to be horizontal. That's it.
Yeah, no need for calibration or anything.
No, the only sense you need is your eyes to see it. But and I think that maybe, I mean, if you got two ends of a water level and held them together, let them rest, and then you know, because this, let's just say that this was the first time you've ever used one, yeah, and then someone moved it for 10 meters and said, there you go, and you checked it with another method, another means of testing. And so what would you need to go any further than that, or would you, be happy with the fact that it was level and horizontal at that distance?
Just need your reasoning.
Sorry?
You just need your reasoning. I think that's when they say senses, they're talking about that, which is a common sense. I think they tried to add it in as, and it's not. It's just reasoning. It's being able to logically derive things.
Yep. What's that?
Is one of the senses called common sense, but you still need to be able to. You don't just get given it.
Well, no, you learn by a few mistakes. Maybe you may not have the upbringing of some people. Some people have a great attention from their family to teach them everything. And they learn all these things, and whereas some people don't get that. They have to literally learn the hard way. You may not even have the parents.
Yeah.
And they have to learn from scratch themselves. And it's a different route to learning. Yeah. And that person may go through some of the downfalls that the other guy didn't, but to experience the downfalls means that you've got the experience. The other guy's just taking someone else's word for it. Anyway, that's going off a little bit, but yeah. Common sense. In the older generation that I've worked with and have been, that I've ever talked to, have always been saying for the last, well, even my generation, because I was hearing it when I was young, that there's just no common sense. That's what that's all I kept hearing. The common sense is, there's no common sense in the youth today, and I couldn't work that out because I was trying my best,
Yeah.
I look at it now and I think maybe they saw a difference, a change, We just got brought up in it, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, how are you meant to know if you're within it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tricky. But yeah, I think that whatever they call common sense is obviously derived from reality, right? They're saying that.
Yeah, common. Is because there's 2 millions or more of common, isn't there? You could think common, like common people, perhaps, or common as in more than, quite common.
Or
So no one
common the first. Sorry, spot on. I think I cut you there.
No, go on.
I was gonna say common as in, I was thinking when you said that common sense, like the first guy that went into the dark cave and got mauled by a bear. Then next people that saw that commonly now, in the sense they won't go into a dark cave anymore, right?
Yeah, common. I'll have to look up the definition.
Like you learned it commonly, like from one person.
Do you learn it commonly?
I could be wrong. It's just something I thought of.
I would say that it's available to everyone.
Yeah.
Common. It is
me
common
too.
to everyone, or it should be common to everybody, but it's not just something that you're given. The reasoning ability is common to everybody, whether people actually using it or not.
Well, you got commonly happens as well, haven't you? It happens commonly. It's a strange word, actually. The more I say it seems
Exactly. Yeah.
commonly.
The other way is like thinking more logically, like logic, right? But common sense could be a little different.
I would say it's logos, common sense. And common refers to everyone having it, or everyone at least should have it or could have it.
Yeah.
So
as a most.
Say again?
It could have dual meanings, probably, though. Yeah.
Yeah, go on, mate. Sorry.
Just like some stuff. I mean, you can't prove everything, right? But some things you learn to accept as self-evident, and this is part of common sense. For example,
And
I can't prove that I am sentient or that you are sentient, but I operate under this assumption. It's one of the self-evident things to me. Or I cannot know that the tree that I see across, through my window, maybe it's a royal lizard alien that has been transformed into a tree, right? But common sense tells me that it's just a tree, and I don't feel an urge to walk to it and examine it. Also, common sense has like a social dimension. Like, for example, there is certain gestures, tonality of the voice, and facial expressions that make me confident of having perceived the emotional state of whoever I'm speaking with correctly. Again, this is a little bit unprovable, but it's common sense. I don't know. I'm framing it. I don't have a definition, to be honest. So I'm trying to frame it.
yeah. Well, it's all right.
Yeah, well, that's the idea, isn't it? Like, that's the sort of word and the sort of thing that's said by everyone, but what does it actually mean?
Exactly.
I think, for example, it refers to many senses, because, for example, if something is salty, I think we all feel the same. And if we see square, we all see square, not just some of us see square and some of us can see triangle.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
this is it.
Some people like to argue about colour, and then it gets a little bit subjective. But like you say, if everyone agrees that a square's got 4 sides of equal length, then apart from maybe a few that we've bumped into recently that might not agree with that, everyone else would have a common agreement.
Yeah.
I should imagine. I'd hope.
Well, we'll find out. Like, is it common to think that a circle is a triangle is a square? They're all the same. In any respect, I mean,
this is not.
No, it is not.
This is not common sense. This is nonsense.
yeah.
Yes.
Non-Euclidean nonsense.
Yeah. I think I think it's quite common around here to think that way. That is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, that's common, right? Around here, anyway. The understanding that there's a group of people that are absolutely crazy.
See, the way we use common sense, I think today is like, we'll say like, well, that's the obvious way to do that, right? Common sense, that's
Yeah.
obviously you look 2 ways before you cross the street. I think that's the way it's used today.
Yeah, or if someone does something that you're an onlooker and you witness someone do something maybe you think is a little bit illogical, you'd say that person's got no common sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's it. That's where most people usually are. That when you're witnessing someone you're working next to, you don't go, "Yeah, I wouldn't do it like that." Then you tell them.
Or, what the heck are you doing?
You're drawing a 5-sided square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, unless it's something very obvious and practical, like they're trying to hammer in a hammer inside of a wall by hitting it with a nail, right? Unless they're doing something like that, but they're operating more at the abstract level, like maybe weaving some sophistry or whatever. I would say that the first test is whether it's violating the law of no contradiction, and that's just a fancy way of just saying are they double speaking or not? Are they claiming something is true and at the same time the opposite is true? Like, for example, the surface of a sphere being two-dimensional, right? It just doesn't happen. So
Yeah.
I think
mean,
that's
is it
that's a
common?
good first boundary.
Yeah. Is it a common way of thinking that? How many people would you go up to and ask the question? Common people, I mean. You know, and how many would be able to describe it?
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, what would you call common? Because at the minute, these people that I've been particularly talking to over the past few years, they don't seem to have a common understanding. Not that I have, or the one that I talk to, anybody that I talk to, right? They all sort of say they're a little bit mad. I mean, my missus didn't used to think, used to think that there were cleverer people out there, like really smart people, and she didn't think much of herself. But after listening to me talking to, I mean, like, not that she listens into these live streams or anything, but she can just hear me from the other room. She hears me talking, and she's asked a few questions about some of this stuff, and yeah, she now understands that there are people that say some really stupid stuff, and she is beginning to understand that the
veil.
Well, her
Not having-
understanding of this common knowledge, right?
Yeah.
She
I see,
she
yeah.
now learns that she can trust that, because
Yeah.
to go against that is not like to be clever. You are, I think, being more stupid, right? These people that want to tell us that they're very bright end up saying stupid stuff that help us to look into what it is that they're saying. And
Yeah. Well, yeah, witnessing that everyone's little personal model has been, uncommon model.
yeah,
One thing in common, it's a globe.
yeah, and that's it.
And anything else is fucking
Completely
pure.
different, personal.
Yeah.
To,
Yeah. Just
and they
globe.
contradict each other all the time. But they don't ever want to talk about anybody else's model.
But only when you look at it, when we've looked at it in great detail, especially with geometry. That's where it becomes really evident, I think. On the whiteboard, for instance, as
Yeah.
opposed to talking about some, observation somewhere by someone.
Again. it's easy for us to talk about because I think that's what we've learned for ourselves. All of this stuff has helped us learn, whereas it seems like is it their inability to talk about it?
Well, yeah, they're standing on the shoulders of giants, as we know.
Well, no, I mean, is it
So there's
their
not a lot.
inability to talk about it that has led us to actually research it? Because I mean, they say something stupid, and then we say, "Go on, well, where did that come from? Why did you say that?" Of course, knowing that they said it because globe, but then we go to find out exactly why their model has derived it to be that way. And there is an understanding that you can find behind every one of their claims, I think. So, yeah,
exactly.
I think just pointing out the difference, because this, if it is existential, right, this whole thing, it's all based around reality. And since that's the only place that we've ever actually been, because I've never been to non-reality, I have no understanding of what non-reality is. I can only personally know about reality, and I can only speak of that. And the journey that we've been on has been to find out why they talk about non-reality as though it is reality. Why do they want to tell you that you don't know what reality is, and you should help them understand their non-reality? Strange people, but they've helped us in a way. Help me.
Just
They
can't
help
wait
us
to
big time. Go ahead, bro. I think I cut somebody off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't wait to tell everyone at work they're all flat earthers.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say that it helped me a lot as well, because they would come up with crazy stuff, right? Things that prove the earth is spinning and all this crap, and then you look into it and you'd say, what? That's the complete opposite of what they're saying. Like the gyro compass, for example. When I first heard about that, I had a look and no, it's not what they say. And then you learn about something maybe you haven't heard before. And yeah, it's thanks to the ballers coming up with crazy stuff, like a pendulum as a GPS. Nonsense, sheer and utter nonsense.
That is half of the thing, though. That nonsense is what brought me in, and I think it's what tags a lot of people in. Is listening to people say something does exist, or it has to, or some crazy stuff, and I can't reason it for myself.
The best is when they make up stuff. When you show them something that is not true, right, in their own paradigm, and they make up stuff on the fly to explain it away. That I find fascinating. Like, they're lying. They know that you know that they're lying, but they still do it. It's like trying to explain away a straight line, right? And every word after that they say, no, a straight line is not straight, is all sophistry. Every single word.
Yeah, to to get to understand now that they're imaging, they're like in their mind, they're thinking of a curved line, whilst thinking of a straight one.
Yeah,
Like the
who was
straight.
saying before? Oh, sorry, Spawn.
No, I was not going to repeat, what we've all, heard said before, but it is amazing that someone that can claim that they know is a curved line is straight. I mean,
Yeah. Who was saying before that any line is a straight line depending on how you look at it?
I think that was any straight line is a horizontal line, depending on how you look at it. But I don't
Was
know,
that
it
it?
might have been mashed up. That was last night. I think that was Brad.
any straight line, what was that?
Any straight line can be horizontal, depending on how you look at it.
No, it can't.
Oh, that's brilliant. Yeah.
I think I don't know which is worse. Any curved line because you can make a curved line appear straight.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Bob did the curved line, straight line.
That was Bob. Yeah. The key word being appear.
Where is Bob? Has anybody seen him? Is he all right? Is he?
I haven't seen him in a while.
He's not hanging out at places we don't go to, is he?
Well, the only place I could see him going to is Gems.
Yeah, well, I think we've given long enough about the proof thing, haven't we? I think we should go over there, have a day trip out on the level meets the more part of the flat Earth debates and more.
The not flat earthers.
Yeah, we'll go to the more part. We'll go and see how they do with logic.
The argument. It's the argument.
Yeah. See how they do with the argument. Yeah.
That's the more. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if anybody's looking in the chat or anything. Do we have Jem? Jem's not been around for a while, has he? In the YouTube chat.
They get bored of is Bev still talking about levels horizontal? It's easy.
No, that's been well established, that.
That's all I ever heard him say. He never talked about it. He just talked about not talking about
it. Yeah. That's a way to use this existential cognitive veiling, isn't it? It's to just sort of hide away from the conversation.
Waste of time, he said.
Yeah.
Same as I can spaghetti that. He said it was a waste of time. Going
that guy
out
was totally useless. Totally.
having fun with our friends by the canal.
Yeah.
But talked about that. It was funny. The way he described it, it was a bit strange.
Yeah, I think he sounded like he was jealous. He wanted to be there with us.
Yeah.
Why waste a day with your family and friends on a nice outing? Nah, just get a couple of spaghettis and do it in front of your computer.
The way he twiddled them about, and he just like he was winning over some people or something, or maybe just himself.
Well, we've still not actually talked about the test or anything. We purposely kept it to ourselves and for what it is. But I mean, I'm fully ready for next year.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Rob. Good day.
Right, Rob. Yeah, I was thinking today about looking at getting some fittings, some tees.
Yeah.
And how I'm gonna set it up before I come up. Wherever that might be. Whenever that might be. Be by a canal somewhere. Bit between the locks. The level bit. Not like Sly.
I really think that Liverpool docks would be great.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, we mentioned that.
Inside of Liverpool docks, we can find 100 meters stretch, and we can see how much drop there is of the docks.
Wonder if it changes if you're at the water's edge, looking left and right. Wonder if there's drop left and right. Or is it all forward?
Well, I think there's now that we've discovered existential cognitive veiling, the only way that you can possibly test this is to discuss it with as many people as possible to see how the reaction occurs to everyone. I mean, how many people are wanting to do that?
Hello.
I don't know how many people are will talk about these sort of things. How many people will try and hide it? Try and purposely not talk about it.
You get
I
a
think
busy
it's only the
summer.
hardcore.
There'll be a lot of people down there. They'd be wondering what was going on. Down at Liverpool docks, I mean.
Yeah. Realising Euclid. There would be a lot of people to talk to, wouldn't there?
One of the guys that we spoke to on the canal was with his other half, and they were just passing by on their bikes, weren't
Yeah.
they? They were talking about how level it was. They spent a lot of time on the canal, they said, didn't they?
Yeah.
Using the systems and. Mike's found that, or everyone, there's been quite a few elevation profiles of these canals come to light, isn't there? Some really nice ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we should compile them and put them on the website. Have.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Because we've already got the level and plane, all of that sort of stuff. So yeah, it would be good to have all of the elevation profiles. I'm gonna have to sort out a page for the argument and stuff like that. On the needs a t-shirt as well, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. Oh, I might have a go at that, Bev.
How to make the argument into a t-shirt design. Yeah.
I'm thinking of running that up the arms. Do you know what I mean? Where you'd normally get right down your arm, just have it written down each arm, or that's two sides of the argument. Well,
An ECV T-shirt would be nice.
Yeah. ECV free.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, with a hoodie.
What's ECV? What's ECV?
Yeah.
A hoodie with eye holes.
Yeah. Or with one eye, like the eye of Iris.
Yeah, that's a good idea. 3 eye holes. Who are we expecting in tonight then? You think any of these sometimes strange people?
I don't think we'll ever get any of them from now on. McToons said today on Twitter that non-Euclidean geometry is Euclidean geometry. That's the state that they're in, and this is McToon. Yeah.
Skip the non.
Yeah.
Can I say something about MacToon?
Yeah.
I seen that he put a video out today, and apparently he's trying to go after some flat earther, like MMA guy that called out Joe Rogan.
No way.
About the flat earth. Yeah, he's trying to bait some flat earther from the UFC.
Oh, what's his name?
That's not just
Dwight or something. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't really follow I don't really follow the flat earth community so much anymore, because I basically just hang out here with the smart people. But I just thought I'd mention that. Maybe we could even watch his little McToon rant. I don't know.
Oh dear, maybe they'll get it on like a UFC fight. He's nah.
Well, that other guy, the UFC fighter, is American, isn't he? So I mean, he might be over there for McToon. McToon. You know what McToon's is like? He likes to
dramatize.
He likes to call people out by name and all of that. So you never know.
Put them on camera against their will, even when they're telling him, "Hey, can you take me off camera? I can't." He's laughing. I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, that should go down well. I'm sure McToon is pretty similar to Joe Rogan, right? I mean, they couldn't trust Joe Rogan to talk to this guy. McToon would do it, wouldn't he?
Oh, top Glober.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys should actually watch the video, because you guys are saying exactly what McToon was saying.
What, that Joe Rogan wasn't good enough? They'd need McToon.
Yeah, you should hear I can't remember the analogy word for word, but you guys should really look into what analogy. Please just play the video.
How long is it?
He'll give you a strike, won't he?
No, he will. Yeah, of course he will.
Okay, never mind. Maybe just watch it on your own and you'll laugh. Trust me.
Oh well, the weekend's coming up, so there's plenty of
How
space
long
and
is
time
it?
for that sort of stuff.
There's only so much, but how long? How long can you handle it? Is it a long one?
Oh, it'll only be a short one, won't
No,
it?
no, it's only a couple minutes long.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just calling the UFC fighter out. Take you
yeah,
2 minutes to
anyone
probably
within 2
watch
minutes
it.
of
I only watched for 2 minutes, and I started laughing. I had to shut it off.
Somebody might be able to put it on the bot, and then we can just hear it. So if we could do that, anybody find it and put it on the.
I'm driving, so no.
Me too. Taxi.
I wrecked the Subaru earlier. Sorry, mate.
It's all right. You put it back in the garage. It's fixed.
Yeah. McCartoon. Who else is active out there?
Brenda. Rumpus. Rumpus is hardcore on it, isn't he?
Is he?
I don't know.
Anywhere? Or is he just turning up here and occasionally and just saying, doing his thing?
Yeah.
I mean, that's
think
it.
so.
I don't know. Does he get about? You think? Don't care.
No, I don't think they do. Like, I honestly don't think there's any of them that do anything. I mean, they're all of the debunkers that have ever been out there. Don't ever defend their model. They just ridicule other people. That's their only tactic.
Yeah,
is
that's a good way of doing it.
To have some way of not actually addressing the issue, to veil, right?
Yeah.
That's
Just debunk.
all different tactics that they have, is to just not listen to any of it.
Not that. Not that.
Yeah. Whenever you say just not that, well, what is it then? Well, it's not that.
I say non-Euclidean.
Yeah.
You say parallel.
Now he's saying it has to be the same. Now the not Euclidean has been integrated into Euclidean. It's part of it.
There's yeah. Or this is what the latest claim is, isn't it?
Yeah. The latest claim by Tunes is they're the same thing.
Yeah, when we say non-Euclidean, we really mean Euclidean.
Who's we?
Well, them.
I was hoping you were acting, yeah.
Or more like Toon. He's the one that says this crazy nonsense.
Yeah. Let's call it non-Euclidean. Get the most important part of the geometry and change it.
Yeah. Fundamentals.
Self-evident truths, axioms. Like.
Like, you see my brand new motorcycle? Not that.
What have you got?
Did you get a tank? Did you get a tractor? Did you get a car? No. A not motorcycle.
Yeah, these.
So you have to wonder if they have all their faculties,
Yeah, but we're talking about very few people, as mentioned many times.
That's
Yes,
the
a
thing.
handful of hardcores. Yeah.
I mean, compared to the amount of people that believe, possibly, that they live on a globe. Not that I'm here to talk about that today. Don't worry. But yeah, just the sheer numbers, that aren't really aware of some of these questions.
Think about it. There's what, a dozen of them?
Well, that's what I say. But actually, someone listed a few. I think it was Kevin listed just a handful of them, and I think there was probably maybe 20, something like that, of the ones.
Yeah.
And that's that's very small numbers. I mean, they say that they're sometimes speaking on behalf of, and they sort of pull themselves back from saying that, but yeah, they've just read loads of stuff that
Yeah,
other people.
their stuff is what you read in wiki, space.com, whatever. That's all they say. That's all they know.
Yeah, I mean, they are.
Or what you write on Wiki, because Wiki is the encyclopedia that everyone can edit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard of a lad that changed something on Wiki once to get, and then he reckoned his teacher went and checked on Wiki, and he'd already changed the answer to suit what he put.
Smart, huh?
Yeah.
Teacher's there. What are you talking about? I was right. Give me back my diploma.
Yeah, I know. It was only high school sort of thing, but I don't know if he got caught for it. Yeah, Wiki. Isn't it amazing how much you can find when you just start looking around? You're only limited to what someone's put up on the internet. I mean, the amount of information in books that's out there. Not that I am a book man, but there are books out there, I'm sure, that are pretty rare now, I should think. But some of these books these are older books. They're like gems, There's a lot of information in them, I reckon.
Well, I once tried to find a particular book, on a specialized topic. Well, anyway, it was about the astrolabe. So there is this book called Treatise on the Astrolabe, and it was like 5 years ago, and I had to go for a book because I couldn't find anything on the internet, and I found a used version for $1,500. It was for a book. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think. I think like someone has to do the what is it? The copying over of the book's material to the internet in order to for the internet to have this information. And you can see that on the trivium and the quadrivium. There's like, no matter how much I've searched on the internet, basically on online bookstores, not for articles and stuff, I just see the same 5 books over and over again. There's nothing there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially if you're just looking at the first sort of top 2 pages, you go down, you scroll down past 10 things, go to another page, 10 things, that's 20 things. How far are you going? If you're quite happy with, a lot of the things that most people, if they're into that kind of thing, agree with, they get won over a lot of people. I've actually just recently seen a video on an old guy that, sorry, I shouldn't say old, but yeah, he's anyway, and he's going to he's sort of with a model, but he's got his own thing going on. But yeah, it'd be interesting to maybe speak to him. But yeah,
and it's
I was
also
thinking?
Oh, go ahead.
Finish off. I think you wanted to reply to spot on.
Yeah, it was that. I don't know if you were here, Crypto, when with my first example, that when I googled spherical geometry. No, actually, I didn't Google it. I used another search engine, like the duck. So I put it in the duck. So I got on the right hand of the results page, without me asking for it, I got a picture of the globe Earth, and from Wikipedia, and the caption on that was that spherical geometry is the geometry on the two-dimensional surface of a sphere.
30 minutes. That's the next stage up for mine.
X and Y, or length and breadth.
I was thinking before, when you were talking about the books coming to an end, which pretty sure they are. When they say like the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, we had the Industrial Revolution. Is this era going to be known as the Paper Age in the future? Like when we use paper?
Yeah, and the amount of trees that have been, sort of taken
My
out.
age?
Everything's going to be on computers, and my point is they'll be able to change anything with a click of a button. Like now, history or something in a book, it'll take some time, a generation, before all the books disappear or whatever. But now, click of a button, boom.
Like the globos do in Wikipedia, right?
Kind of like that, yeah.
What's on the internet now is going to be the history of the future.
Of what they want, yeah.
Yep.
Look, I Googled yesterday, I haven't done it in a while. Not Googled, I YouTubed Flat Earth. Just for fun, whenever you guys get a chance. Just Google, YouTube Flat Earth. See what you get. You're going to get disgusted. Professor
Get all
Dave.
the 4-year-old videos.
Yeah, exactly, bro. I even put in YouTube 2022. It gave me one video, and all the rest were 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old. Yeah, and all mocking.
And they've got like 2 million views, 3 million views.
Yeah.
Of just sheeple.
Yep.
Like people with no argument, just bashing flat earthers for their lack of understanding, when they have themselves a total lack of understanding.
Mark Sargent, and
see how
many Professor Daves you'll see. You're gonna want to vomit. I'm telling you.
Where's it? What do you have to type in? What happened? I missed that bit. Essie, sorry.
Just type in flat Earth.
Oh, I'm not typing that in.
Are you gonna mess up your algorithm?
Get bombarded by
laugh? Spot on, do it. You'll laugh, bro. You'll laugh what you'll see.
Do an incognito tab, like
yeah, there you go.
I don't want my service provider knowing what I'm typing in.
Just imagine the tens of thousands, probably the hundreds of thousands of hours of flat Earth debates, videos, stuff, and this is the garbage that they put out. Wow, heavily censored.
Flat Earth puts out a lot of garbage too.
Yes.
Yeah, but not even the garbage is there.
Yeah, you can't even find the flat Earth garbage. It's all the Glober garbage knocking the flat Earth.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Now it's time to show the Glober garbage.
It's a one-sided shame fest.
Yeah.
There is no globe stuff. It's all debunking the ridiculous shit that flat earthers say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is perfectly said.
And that's what Red's rhetoric wanted to pay me for. He wanted to pay me to take on those stupid fucking positions.
Yep.
So he can argue against them.
I would have taken his money.
Yeah. So tell me, where's the ice wall? Huh? Where's the ice wall? Huh?
Shoreline.
Where's the
I
dome?
told you there
Where's
was
the
an ice
dome?
wall.
Well, he
You
did the bunch
watch
turn
some
over their
stupid
own.
YouTube video about an ice wall, and now you think that there's an ice wall?
Are you saying all those scientists from NASA are lying?
Yeah. You want to take on the
Scientists.
flat Earth moniker? You got to defend these crazy things. Where's the dome? Where's the dome?
The sun's 3,000 miles away.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you know how far away it is? Because it doesn't change size throughout the day? You think it's 93 million miles away? I don't know.
That's the, like, ultimately that's I mean, if you follow that, if you pick up that string, it goes to basically it's yet another iteration of space machines verified, because they say Venus is a solid ball that is the size of the Earth, which is also a solid ball. Therefore, also we know the speed of light in vacuum, and we have a radar that can shoot beams to Venus and back. Therefore, we got the distance to Venus there and the size of Venus, the physical one. Therefore, we can do trigonometry. Therefore, blah blah blah. The distance to the sun is so and such. That's how they that's how they say it's done.
They're rebounding a beam of light off of Venus.
Correct. Radar. Sorry, radar. So they're shooting radar.
Yeah, you said that.
But yeah, but that one was back in the but they need to know the speed of light the speed of radiation. Sorry, of the radar beam. But that was back in the I think that was back in the 60s or something. So now, of course, they know where they are because they send a fucking spacecraft to it. They'll say, right? So telemetry is the magic word.
You keep saying they know where they are. No, they tell you. I mean, do they really know?
Sorry, repeat, please. I didn't get the question.
You said they know where they are because they've done this. I mean...
No, they say that they know where they are because they say they know what the distance to the sun is because of all that story I said before. Because of all that perceived sequence of perceived events. So they're assuming all of these are facts. And if they assume that all of the formation things are facts, then the distance to the sun becomes a trivial trigonometry issue. That's how they see it. That's why some of them are really confident when they quote the distance to the sun, because they believe all the previous nonsense that I mentioned. It forms a chain that it forms a chain of reasoning in their mind that the way they see it is consistent and flawless. That's why they preach it with so much conviction.
I will say that the sky is flawless.
Well, it's easy when you're a baller, right? You don't have to do any thinking. All you got to do is just accept what's been given to you and that's it. And fight for it. Easy.
Yeah,
And just call
no matter
anybody
how
that's
many
against it
times-
stupid.
No
Simple.
matter how many times people point out the contradictions, you stand strong. Yeah.
You got it spot on. You hold your ground at all costs.
What are the contradictions?
Where shall we start?
Maybe from the sphere, like
Okay.
one contradict.
No,
Should I?
don't do that. Don't do that. Here, let's start with something easy. Brenda, where is down?
Oh no.
Towards the middle of the earth.
See, there you go.
Yeah,
That's all you got to do.
That's not a
Okay,
contradiction.
Brenda.
So my down and
where
my
is
down
the
and
middle-
somebody else's down are different vectors.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Where's the middle of the earth?
You say to the center. Does that mean that at a certain point, down turns into up?
He beat me to it. Damn it!
You stole his.
Come on,
fire,
Brenda. Come on.
Come on, Brenda. That's the question.
ECV.
Just hold your horses. I got chips.
Me too.
Take your time. Crunch, crunch. Don't swallow whole bits.
You shouldn't really come to a conversation with a load of
You
food
seem to
on-
come in to want to talk, and then now you can't talk because you're eating.
No,
Good
it's
job,
because
Brenda.
none of you can keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, well, maybe you want to try and keep your mouth shut while you're eating. Thank you.
So Brenda, did you bring snacks?
Just for me, not for you.
Oh, how thoughtful.
How's McToon
So
doing
enough
today?
with the pleasantries. Do you care to answer the question, Brenda?
I told you, down is towards the center of the earth.
Uh-huh.
And what did Bev ask you after that?
I was just wondering, where's the contradiction? I was promised a contradiction.
Does
Just-
down
We'll get
turn
into it.
into up, Brenda, at a certain point?
That would be your contradiction right there.
How would that be a contradiction?
What down
Well,
turning
just
into
answer
up?
the question.
At the center of the earth, if it wasn't for the fact that there's stuff already there, you would float.
Right, in between the floaty bits of going down, would you then go up again? Would you float up?
Yeah, but
Do you
what
go-
direction would you be at the centre? Because
Do you go
is
up
it just
now?
the way you fall down? Is it the way you fall?
Do you go up now? Do you just spontaneously go up now?
Brenda, we keep on the fact, right? Down to the center. At the center, you float, you say. If you carry on going further down, what happens? Do you go up?
There isn't a
Yeah,
further
what
down.
happens after the floating part?
Brenda
isn't
said.
a-
Go on, sorry, Brenda. Go on.
Yeah, so there's not a further down. When you're at the center of the
It's
earth,
up.
every direction is up.
It's up. Yeah, it's up. There you go. Yeah.
You heard it. Every direction is up. And Brenda's asking, what is the contradiction? Every direction is
Yeah,
up.
what's the contradiction?
Brenda, you've just said that the limit to down, in which point you float, and then everywhere is up.
Yeah, what's the contradiction?
And that is another form of dialetheism right there. Believing in two truths. Up and down are the same thing. And up is everywhere. Down would have to be
I
everywhere.
never said up and down are the same thing. That would be a dialetheist. But
Down is a vector, right, Brenda? Straight line, vertical, going
No, in one
downwards.
direction.
At a certain point on that vector, do you go back up again?
At the center of the earth, you would not go anywhere. You would just stay there.
You said float.
Yeah.
You said float. That's right.
Yeah, you would not experience gravity.
What you mean?
Gravity cancels out in the center. No, I've heard that before. Brenda's not the first one.
Oh,
Right,
I've never
Brenda?
heard of floating center
So
before.
so let's build a contradiction on that one then. So Brenda, why would I float at the center of the earth?
Because the forces would be at equilibrium.
With you.
So
Translation, cancel each other out.
yeah, so whatever is at the center of the earth floats, correct?
The force of gravity would be at equilibrium.
So what would be my weight at the center of the earth?
It would be 0.
So what would be the weight of the stuff that at this time that we're speaking is at the center of the earth?
0.
This sounds like a quiz.
So what is the pressure at the center of the earth?
Oh, I don't know. I imagine it would be quite high.
Okay. So what is the formula for calculating the hydrostatic pressure at the center of the earth?
What is hyperstatic pressure? That's not actually a word. You know that, right?
Hydrostatic. Hydrostatic.
Hydrostatic? The core of the
correct.
earth is a solid. It's not a liquid.
What is the formula for calculating pressure then at the center of the earth?
Pressure is force over volume, right?
And what's the
So if
volume
there
of
is
the
no-
center?
If there is no weight at the center of the earth, how come there is pressure at the center of the earth, Brenda?
Because there's a lot of other stuff that is trying to get to the center of the earth.
People floating.
Like what?
Why would
No,
they
this
be
is
trying to
easy
at
in
the center
action.
of the earth? Brenda?
All of the rocks above you are trying to get to the center of the earth.
To the zero gravity.
Rock party at the
But they're not
center.
making it there, right?
Floaty rocks.
I'm not hearing a contradiction. So far,
Rock and roll, hoochie coo.
Imagination
The book
Not
doesn't
hearing-
know which
not hearing
direction
a
to
contradiction yet. Not hearing a contradiction.
Your imagination, correct?
You didn't hear the contradiction that, hold on. You didn't hear the contradiction when you said up is everywhere?
Yeah, that's not how's that a contradiction?
Up is every vector everywhere, and that's not a
Yeah.
contradiction. You see, you have dialethia, you have
How?
ECV. Sorry, not
Well,
dialetheism.
You're just saying
If
that.
you-
What's
if
the
up-
contradiction? Give
If
me
down,
give
if,
me P and not P. Give me P
yes,
and not P.
I will
not
give
P.
you. If up is down, also it means this is contradiction because every
I never
direction
said up is
means
down.
no. You said every direction. Therefore,
Is up.
yeah, every direction is up. It means that every direction that means down also.
No,
That
it doesn't.
means there's
Yes.
no left,
No, it
there's no
doesn't.
right, there's
No, at the
no...
bottom of down, everything is up. There is only up.
Yeah, that's what you said.
There's no left, there's no right,
Trying to pull to
there's
the
no
center.
down, just up.
I just want the people listening on YouTube to just take note of these fucking geniuses try to figure this out.
Yeah, take note of this genius that just said every direction is up, and now this genius
That's not what
is...
I said. That's not what I said, liar. That's not what I said, liar.
You said the word for word.
Every-
Every direction is up. Up is every direction. Word for word.
From the center of the earth, all directions would take you up. It would require you to use energy to move.
Yeah, at the
Exactly.
bottom
So
of
what is
down,
down then?
everything is up.
Yeah.
I never said anything about down. Stop
Yes,
lying.
you did.
No, I
We were
didn't.
talking about down, Brenda.
No, we're talking
If
about
you
up.
go down as
talking
far
about
as you
liar.
can, what happens? It's a vector. Down,
No.
right?
Can a vector have a value of 0?
A vector is like a
you don't even
line.
fucking know what
It's a
vector
line,
is.
isn't it, Brenda?
You don't even fucking
It's
know
a
what
line,
vector
isn't it? How's McToon doing?
Can the value of a vector be
Are you
zero?
getting triggered because we're showing your dialectic?
No,
Are you getting
no.
triggered
I
like a little
no.
girl?
I'm
Yeah,
trying
she
to.
always starts swearing when she's getting hurt.
Yeah. You know
I'm
when
not
when
getting
Brenda's
hurt.
getting hurt.
I'm not getting hurt. Well, except by the stupid. The stupid is
Or you
pretty
get
strong.
hurt by stupid, do you?
Yeah.
Will you
Ah,
just
you.
describe the center of the Earth as some sort of hollow capsule where someone would float, and you don't think there's a problem with that?
Well, she said it'll float, but it's also solid. So
Yeah.
how do you do that?
Oh, sorry if I
It
missed
float
something.
is
I
solid.
mean,
You
but I
know,
mean,
you're not very bright. You're not very bright, are you? You can't really follow or track a
On
conversation.
your model, Brenda, do you
Follow your
float when you go
imagination.
down and float when you go up? Is there a floaty bit at both ends of up and down?
When you fall, you experience weightlessness. Yes.
No, when you go up.
Oh, if you're being pushed up,
Is
if you're
there
accelerating up.
you know there's a limit to down.
yeah,
Is there a
fucking
limit to
interrupt.
up? Is
What?
there a limit?
I
Is
just
there a
want you to-
limit to up, Brenda? Because you've put a limit to down, haven't you?
Well, the further away you get from a gravitational field, the gravity drops off as inverse square, right?
So you
there's a
float
point-
again.
So
You
there's a
float when
point-
you go up. Is that the same distance that you float
Hey,
when you
Bev?
go down, or is there a
Bev?
greater
Very-
distance
Bev?
you have to go up
Bev?
in order to
Bev?
float?
Bev, I'd like
Brenda.
you to go to the Bev. I'd like to
Brenda.
go to store.
Brenda,
Go to the store
Brenda,
and buy
Brenda.
some fucking
Brenda.
mannery.
Honey.
Brenda,
Come on, honey. Calm
Brenda,
down.
Brenda. How's McToon doing?
the imagination is just.
His name is
genuine. You
name is
say that.
Jesse Crosby.
You think I'm thick, but
I think you're dumb as fuck. Yes.
Read me
Yeah,
another bedtime story.
no, I won't imagine what you're telling me. Yeah, you're literally imagining what's in the center. How deep have they drilled down? Do you know?
Brenda knows everything. Tell us, Brenda.
What
far
you're
down is
referring
your
to?
How far down? What's the furthest they've drilled down?
Who's they?
Vertical.
Your imagination.
Who's they?
In reality,
The Russians in the Kolesi deep borehole. That they.
Who's they?
oh, you're saying they don't
I
exist,
just
right?
told you, Brenda.
I was
The
asking.
diggers,
Spot on.
the ones that dig and the ones that drill.
I'm
So
asking you.
What's the relevance? What's the relevance?
I just want to know if you know what the distance in depth they've drilled down to.
How is that relevant?
Because you're telling us a story, Brenda, of something that's supposedly 4,000 miles deep. Hello?
We're talking about down, yeah?
Come on, dummy.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about down, the vector down, which is vertical, right? So down, and they've drilled, what is it, 7 kilometers, something like that, 7 mile. Right, so
7.8 miles, I believe, is the deepest.
Sorry, Essie, say again, mate, sorry.
Oh, no, you're asking how deep? I believe the distance is 7.8 miles.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's
What's the
about right.
relevance? Who cares?
What's the relevance? You serious? Like they've drilled it out and they've seen what this material is, and it's and they were surprised from what I can tell with their findings. So they've discovered things they didn't know by drilling 7 miles.
Was it floaty stuff though? I mean, was it?
Yeah.
It was like 7 miles the floaty bit.
They didn't say anything about floating stuff, unless I missed it. I may have missed it.
Did they start going up?
Brenda's talking
at some
about
point?
imaginary stuff.
Drilling up.
The strange thing is why Brenda seems to think it's not worth investigating.
Because Brenda knows where this is leading to. That's why. This is EC veil right here. The veil comes out like the Star Trek. Shields up. Aye, Captain.
Well, let's
The veil comes up.
hear it then, because Brenda's normally got something to say. Let's hear it.
Do you know what ECV is, Brenda? Existential, cognitive, veiling. That's where you're at right now. You see the light, but the shield comes down, the veil comes down.
She'll just say he's just eating and not listening or
Crisps.
something
Yeah,
like
he's
that.
got some crisps.
You got a dip, Brenda? Or you eat them just like that, raw?
No, I got dip too.
Yeah, I knew you'd
Right.
answer that question.
Yeah.
Just
We
let
all
me
did.
know when. Just let me know
We
when
all
you're
did.
done spurging out.
Well, can I
So
just recap then? Right? Because what it is, we've got a vector, we call it vertical. To me, it goes both up and down. Vertical, that's the way vertical is. Now,
Is that how vectors
the
work?
down, Brenda, just please. The down part, the down part of this up and down seems to have a limit to it, and then a part of the down part goes back up again. So down of vertical has an up bit at each end of it. Is that right, Brenda? Is that sort of safely within your model? The down has up at both ends.
No, I could talk to a 7th grader and get further with this. You're just fucking a moron. You really are. You're mentally ill.
Mm-hmm. The vector down, up and down, vertical, on your model has up at both ends of it, doesn't it?
Do you think that that's how vectors work, pal?
There's a limit to down on your model, though. Just on your model, Brenda. The one that has to the center.
At the end of a down vector, there's an up.
What do you mean at the end of a down vector? What are you talking about? You don't know anything of what you're talking about. You should stay away from words that you don't understand.
You found a new bone to chew on, Brenda? Vector?
What is a vector?
Hold on, let's continue with this. Just finish the summary. Or do you think that was the end of that? I didn't know if you were going
and direction. What I do, Brenda? So now we have a downward vector, which we reach a center of a mythical sphere. Then we start to float.
Is that what Bev said?
Never mind what Bev said. You're talking to me now. Then you start to float. Then Bev asked you, if you want to talk about Bev, what happens in the floaty part if we continue going in the same vector, Brenda? Does down become up, Brenda? That is the question. Now, if you don't want to answer, don't answer. Don't swear. If you want to leave, just leave, and we'll continue it tomorrow.
She doesn't want to answer.
So a vector has 2 components, right? SE, magnitude and direction, right?
Yep.
What direction?
So now once we reach that downward vector and we reach the center of the Earth, which you said we float at, if we continue in that same vector, which we both agreed on the definition, what happens, Brenda?
So you disagree with Bev. Bev said the up vector has 2 directions. It points up and down.
No, he said vertical after, which you want to hang on to that. He said a vertical. Yeah. So let's not talk nonsense.
I also said on your model, Brenda.
Yeah.
The one that you're talking about, right? Your model of down vector. What happens?
I know what the fuck I'm talking about. You sure as fuck don't.
You don't seem to be able to answer the question, though. But it's probably because it's fucking ridiculous, Brenda.
It is.
It is. It's fucking ridiculous. Good that you know that.
Trying to say that the vertical vector points both up and down. That's a contradiction, isn't it?
You
No.
didn't say that.
That's what
There
you're
was
saying.
clarity.
No,
That's what
vertical
Bev said.
does point
You're
both up and
That's what
down.
Bev
I
said,
say that,
Bev.
Brenda. In reality, it
Yeah.
is both
How
up
fucking
and
stupid are you,
down.
Bev? How
What, you
fucking stupid are you,
you don't
Bev?
think
My
vertical is
God.
both up
You're
and
You
down,
just
Brenda?
said
Have you got a problem?
that the vector down is also
She's
up.
calling you dumb when you're actually defining it properly.
Yeah.
That's
No,
hilarious.
he's not. No, what is the definition of a vector, morons?
But Brenda, you said that
What direction
down
is that vector?
What's the
What
definition?
direction?
You said
What
down is up.
What's the
direction?
definition?
No, Brenda,
You said
what
down is up.
direction is that vector?
No, what is the We
Yeah.
have to start with the
Answer the
basics
question.
again.
Yeah, what direction
You're mentally
is
retarded.
that vector?
Brenda,
What direction?
Brenda,
Honey pie.
don't let your bigotry
Calm
come
down.
into this.
Bigoted against you. I'm bigoted against your lies.
What lies? We're talking
You
about. We're
haven't lied
asking
yet.
you about your model, Brenda.
You are a pathological liar. You are a pathological liar, Bev.
Brenda,
Are you afraid, Brenda?
this is part of Brenda's ECV. This way to get out
Say,
of.
Brenda,
That's just
I'm
you
eating.
projecting. So, what is a vector? Is a magnitude and a direction.
I told you that already. So now
Yeah,
we
what
reached the center.
direction is that vector?
Does
We
that
are
include-
talking about vertical, though, Brenda, right?
No, well, at Montreal wasn't. He was talking about down.
So we reach the center of the earth and start floating.
Okay, so is there a limit to
the same
down,
vector.
Brenda?
Montreal.
Is there a limit to down, Brenda?
I'm trying to talk to SE. Please just butt out.
You're trying to get your ECV in.
Just butt out. No, I'm trying to show you for the fucking clown that you are.
And your time is good. Brenda, you know that.
Did McToon
You
tell
wanna
you to
be
say
out,
that?
don't you, Brenda?
How is McToon, Brenda? How is he?
Do vectors travel in two directions?
How's Jesse?
Do they go in two directions, SE? Or is it just one direction?
Got to a conclusion, right? We got to a
Is it
conclusion.
two
Now,
directions?
then you switch to
Is
Bev.
it
I
two
mean,
directions or is it one direction, SE?
take Bev in mind just for
vector goes in one direction.
Because
do that.
Bev said it's two directions, vertical and down, up and down, two directions.
No, vertical
Do you
is
agree
up
with
and
Bev?
down.
Do you agree with Bev, SE?
Can you take him out of your mind just for 2 minutes?
Well, I just want you to agree or disagree with Bev. Is it up? Is it up
I
and
told
down,
you what a
or is it just
vector is.
down?
I told you what a vector is. It has a direction and magnitude. Now, Brenda, me and you agreed, right? That you go to the center of the earth, you said it, we follow the vector, we reach the center, right? And the center we float. Now, you were asked the question, if we continue in the same vector, down, right? The downward vector, that one vector that me and you, hold on, that me and you agreed goes one way.
So you're not going to let me answer.
What happens to the down?
So what is the magnitude of the vector at the center of the earth?
We start at one point on your spherical earth.
What is the magnitude of the down vector?
Squirming away from the question,
No,
Brenda. You're
what
talking
is
to me. You're not going to get away with this, Brenda.
The
It's not gonna
magnitude.
happen. You're going to answer the question, or you're going to say, SC, I don't want to answer this question. It's too difficult. It's too painful. I'm an ECV right now. One of those two things are going to happen.
Then you need to allow me to answer. You're going to allow me to answer. Or you're going to talk over me.
But don't answer something I didn't ask you.
Are you gonna allow me to answer?
Yes, only if you answer what I asked you.
You don't get to dictate how I answer you. You don't get to
No,
dictate.
yes, he can. Answer questions.
He doesn't get to. No. The magnitude of the down vector at the center of the earth is 0. You fucking mom.
Has it ever been measured? Has it ever been measured?
You see? That's
The direction remains
when Brenda
the
starts
same.
swearing, hold on, paper. Hold on. Brenda, you refuse to answer the question? Are you scared, Brenda? Are you going to tap out? Are you going to swear and make us boot you? Because we know your game. Are you afraid to answer the question, Brenda? After we take the downward vector and we hit the center of your mythical sphere, when we start to float, if we continue on the same vector, what direction are we going, Brenda?
Dun, dun, dun.
I think that would be negative down. Right, Brenda?
It has a value of 0. It has a value of 0.
But it then goes into a negative, doesn't it? After 0, right?
Direction has no
It doesn't have a
value.
value anymore.
This is malfunction answer. Direction has no value. Direction is direction.
Can I ask if anybody's ever
not
measured that?
magnitude. You are
Direction has a value.
you are confusing magnitude with direction. Yes.
Obvious, no
So
one's
don't confuse.
I'm not confused. The
Yes,
magnitude of the down vector is 0.
How do you put a 0 there, Brenda? You cannot. It's impossible. No, it's impossible. You're making shit up again, Brenda.
Are you saying?
Arbitrarily putting a 0. Where did you put the 0?
It's right next to the V.
But the direction you can extend indefinitely in straight line.
Except when it goes to 0, doesn't it?
There is no value to direction. Direction is just direction, orientation.
What are you talking about? Of course, directions have value.
No, no.
What do you mean they don't have a value?
It hasn't.
Are you talking about speed, or what are you talking about?
If I'm going south, right, the value of my direction is what? 180 degrees from north.
This is not value of direction.
That's a value. Yes, it is. It's 180 degrees from north.
No, we are conjuring
That's a direction. Degrees or radians, those are directions, and they have values. You're senile old coot.
No, the
You're
direction is
How do
only
you measure the
direction.
value of down?
Direction is like orientation. So
directions can have values, and that value can be expressed.
Does the globe really need you to do this to thingy, Brenda? You know, I kicked you the other day for misinformation. I might have to kick you for misinformation for the globe here. You're making them look stupid.
You don't understand. You've been studying.
No, you are literally making them look stupid, Brenda.
Magnitude is other. You are confusing categories here.
Ask Blue Marble Science. Ask Blue Marble Science.
Blue Marble Science is just as stupid, isn't
direction can be expressed. Ask Blue Marble Science if direction can be expressed in radians.
You ask him.
I'm not interested in asking Blue Marble, and he's not authority for me. This is wrong category.
You're even dumber. You're even dumber than Bev.
This is wrong category.
Really saying something.
Really, it is wrong category. This is misplaced concreteness.
You don't know fuck. You don't know fuck all.
How's McToon doing, Brenda?
Magnitude is not direction. Direction is orientation, and in Aristotle's category, in Aristotle's category, it is position.
This is
and
magnitude. What the fuck are you talking? We're talking math here.
Quantity is other category. We are confusing categories. Yes.
Hey, senile old man.
How's McToon doing, Brenda?
Tell me what the dot product of a vector is. How do I find the dot product?
Brenda, tell me how you know about the center of the earth. What paper can I
tell me
look
about
up?
the dot product of two vectors?
Brenda,
right?
honey dear.
You don't have a fucking clue, do you? You just
No, that's
repeat
why I'm
words
asking
that you
you.
picked
Can
up.
you
You
point
picked up multisyllabic words that you picked up. I would suggest you stick with C spot run. C spot run.
And,
Stick with that.
Okay, that's enough of a delusional man pretending to be a woman in here shouting. Where's it gone?
Shit. It's gone. Did it go before? Did you jump out of it? That was you. That was you. You see the power of Emma? Look at that. One word.
Did I do that? Or
No, I think that was Emma.
maybe one too many honeys.
Yeah. Was nice that the honey. It was like having sugar cookie back in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, ridiculous stuff. But I mean, I think you got to see it there, right? Existential cognitive veiling. Talking about a straight line going down that turns into up on only on one model. Down is down. Everybody knows that. But not on the globe model. No. Down turns into up again.
Well, doesn't south turn
What's
into
weird is
north?
Yeah, it's both the same, isn't it?
Yes.
and wasn't it Brenda that was saying that that's a ridiculous argument?
And by the way,
Don't forget the floating part in the middle. Whee!
I still demand explanation how direction can have magnitude, because if it is magnitude, it has to have units. So in which units direction is expressed? Can somebody tell me in what units this direction is measured?
With a 0. You to place a 0 somewhere that's not where you're starting it.
0 is not magnitude.
Fantastic.
Brenda-isms.
And Brenda came in here asking for where the contradictions are, and then literally showed us about 8 of them that nobody even asked.
And all it took was one question. Where is down? Which direction is down? And they say, where's my like talking like this? Like, where is it? Like, are you kidding me or what?
And don't ask for proof.
Yeah.
It was a terrible showing, but I mean, thanks for coming in, Brenda. Next time, put your McToon character on and come in with that one. Maybe
it's painful
Jesse
to talk to
Kozlowski.
Brenda. Right, Bev? It's painful to talk to her, let's face it. But this was a perfect example of ECV. Like, it couldn't have been any better.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I mean, once you start asking for evidence, that's it. She shuts down.
Yeah, there's nothing there, is there? Literally, there's no reply. You can tell they're good questions. There's literally no reply to it.
Carol replies.
Just swearing at you and calling you names. And once Brenda starts that, you know.
We had a conversation with Brenda's imagination. That's what we did.
Mm-hmm.
That's all we did.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Brenda. Always welcome. We have to be able to see inside the globe mind, the exploded mind of the globe model fanatic. Thank you very much.
But I didn't realize the power of the Emma. We should utilize it more often.
Definitely.
Literally 2 words it took, or 3 or something.
Because he knew what I was going to say, basically, and just wasn't going to stick around and listen to it.
Yeah, the insults are getting a bit too much, and it's
just
yeah.
Literally, I don't know how long I've been listening to Brenda just talk shit at everybody, and I'm sat there thinking, mate, you're a guy on the internet pretending to be a woman, going around and doing all this nonsense. Just stop. You can't sit there and judge everyone else. But
that would be a good conversation to have, but I don't think, again, ECV, right?
It's also a man that pretends to be debating on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not how you debate, as far as I know. But I mean, a politics server. Somebody say that's. I bet that's a riot, you know, Because can you imagine something like this? If they're like this with reality, imagine what they're like with politics.
These are the kind of people they depend on. The people in power.
Absolutely.
The ones that can be easily manipulated one way or the other.
Funny, you can give Brenda the information, but has a hard time filtering it. It always comes out the same way through that tunnel vision of the globe. Has to be.
Great paralogism.
Yeah. You know, I was hoping, since we were talking ECV tonight, I was hoping either Brenda would come in, God help me, or the Rumpus, God help me again. Because I couldn't think of two more fitting people for ECV.
But Brenda lost the contradiction challenge because he said that he wants a contradiction. So, and
There was at least 2-3 of them there.
yes, but this one up and down. So when you were close to state that if you are exceeding this center point, you are not changing direction, but changing direction. And this was the point that he just couldn't resist. This is turning point.
Yeah, that's what I call the cog-dis event horizon. Once they reach there, it's like they do a Scooby-Doo, you know? What do I do now? Or now they have another one, ECV. They can put the veil down. And that's what Brenda did. And
Or they
started
can start
insulting.
calling you names and calling you stupid because they can't answer your question.
Yep.
We say that this is sort of linked to that cognitive dissonance, isn't it? That point where somebody sort of like there's a contradiction there, right? You with cognitive dissonance, somebody puts a contradiction there. Well, with this existential cognitive valence is the mind, it's one of the defense mechanisms to stop people having this cognitive dissonance, to just hide the fact. I mean, it's very clear that that down vector does change. It has a limit that Brenda's just made up. Put a 0 there to a direction, when the model quite clearly goes against that, and it then goes into up. The down direction has up at both ends of it.
Yeah, she couldn't understand that. See, they have to say, their model makes them say that down has to become up at one point.
Well, that's where we know their model has to do that, but Brenda can't say it because of ECV.
Exactly.
Literally, that stops Brenda from saying it.
Yep.
But you're saying that's mind. I mean, isn't it just ego?
What ego
Isn't
that
it the ego?
can't say it?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I think it's literally, I think it's this thing. It's fighting against what is known to be true, right? You asking the question gets Brenda to say something, or would have to be put in a position to say something that sounds fucking stupid. That can't happen.
That's why I'm saying it's ego. I mean, to me, it looks like ego just protecting
Right.
itself.
But Brenda's said some stupid shit before. Brenda's said loads of stupid shit. I don't think Brenda has ego like that.
Nah, it's defend the model at all cost. That's what this is.
Yeah, but defending the model isn't saying stupid shit for the model, is it? So that's where this existential cognitive veiling is. It stops them from saying stupid shit that give the model away as being fucking ridiculous.
Well, it didn't seem to be stopping her, Brenda, from saying stupid shit tonight.
Oh. But not the stupid shit that you asked the question to make her say, right?
Yeah, yeah. But in doing so, she said other crazy, dumb stuff. But yeah, that the most important one, obviously, Brenda couldn't say because Brenda knows it would be absolutely ludicrous to say that. And it would show the contradiction right there. So instead, Brenda chose to swear at me, call me an idiot, hoping that I would take the bait, and then we'd boot Brenda out, and Brenda would get Brenda's way. But it didn't work out that way, did it? We know your game, Brenda.
It's not just Brenda. But, like, we are limited now to the ones that will come in here. So if we're limited to that, Brenda's the only ones that can come back in. Limited to it. I've always said that the globe model's ridiculous, and to expose it by people like Brenda saying that stupid shit, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if somebody told Brenda to leave. Because Brenda's making the globe look ridiculous. And that can't be good for the globe. But it appears that Brenda's all they've got. Team Globe. Brenda, McToon,
Rumpus,
yeah, he tried. Not many. There isn't many, is there? At least when talking to us about the argument and reality, logic, geometry. I mean, we never even got to the sphere. 2D, 3D. We got stuck at down.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Same, the straight line again, isn't it? It's like a vector, vertical, being just down, not the up component of down, just down, that has a limit.
Yeah, one word.
Floating.
One freaking word.
What do you reckon about that? You've got a vertical, and at the down part, there's a floaty bit. And if you go up, there's a floaty bit as well. I find that amazing to think of, right? I mean, I don't know about floaty globe. Call it physics. Is it physics? Globe.
There's no floating.
Globe cap
there's no
on.
floating bit up. There's no floaty bit up. Like if you follow the way they say it works, the formulation, you get a fraction, and you've got ever increasing denominator. So the quantity never gets down to zero. So zero would be floating, but it never gets to zero.
Well, I don't know. That's not what I've seen. I see they try and tell you that going up makes you floaty. and then going down now, Brenda says, makes you floaty. So according to if that is the globe science, they have a straight line that has a floaty bit at each end.
No, they say when you go up, you look floaty because actually you are in perpetual free fall. This is what they say. So you float because you fall. But then Brenda would say, well, Brenda has to say that when you're at the center of the earth, you float because the combined gravitational effect cancels itself out, which is actually, again, a contradiction, because from the globe math, if you are at the center of the earth, it's not like you won't be feeling any gravitational pull. It's that you're gonna be feeling gravity pulling you apart.
I wouldn't know. Sounds like fantasy to me.
Yeah. They say you will be experiencing tidal forces
Who
when you're at
says
the
that?
center of
Because
the earth.
Brenda just said you'd be floaty. So who says that other stuff? It's the first time I've ever heard either of these things, because it just sounds like fantasy to me.
The other stuff is the formal equations for the globe and how the globe gravity works. So if you put a dot at the center of the sphere, and then you draw little squiggly arrows, squiggles that represent the gravity pull that the dot is experiencing, then you would have to draw equal arrows in all directions, like radiating outwards from the dot that is at the center of the earth. That's why it would float, they say. It's madness.
Entertaining people's imagination that is obviously delusional.
Yep, that's all they have, their fantasies and their stories that were given to them, which they accepted.
Yeah, and check this out. If the Earth was an empty shell, like if there was a sphere, but it was only like I don't know, a few miles thick, and then it was empty in the middle, on the inside, then if you would drill a hole and go in the middle, like not in the middle, but go under the surface, then you would float again. How awesome is that? And you can prove that mathematically.
So if you are going up from the Earth, you are getting lighter and lighter. And if you are going down to the center of the Earth, you are getting lighter and lighter.
Yes.
Contradictory, right?
Another contradiction, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing a contradiction, Brenda. I do believe that was Brenda's introduction, asking for a contradiction, and then brought us a contradiction.
The up is everywhere, Brenda paradox.
Brenda's contradiction.
Yeah,
That's a good
Brenda's
one, that.
contradiction. She asked for it, and I believe we delivered.
What was Brenda's trying to get at with the vector value?
Of 0.
Yes.
I don't know. Because it's 0 over there. Like, I don't... Maybe it was the intersection of the X and Y. The center
0 is
of
to
the graph.
justify the floating, I think.
Reminds me of space too, right? Where it approaches 0.
Yeah, X equals 0, Y equals 0 type thing.
The vacuum fantasy La La Land.
Right.
But in the center, oh man, you can't make this stuff up.
At least Brenda does have a straight vector line, right? A straight vertical.
Oh.
Brenda knows her vectors, let's put it that way. That's about it.
I've also heard Brenda say that a curved line is a geodesic, and that in the presence of gravity, a straight line
Is
is
curved.
not straight.
Yeah. So that vector
Curved.
would be, if it was vertical, would be curved. Yeah, I think it was Brenda that said that the other day, wasn't it?
Yeah, she said with a piece of string.
Yeah. Plumb bob.
Hold this plumb bob. Yep.
So Brenda seems to be contradicting himself again. Like full of contradictions.
Yeah, there's another one, Brenda.
Contradictory Brenda. Now, we all know that Brenda's a diletheist and can't see contradictions. So all of these contradictions that we keep pointing out that Brenda asked us to point out, Brenda can't see because Brenda's a diletheist.
Yeah, right.
So us pointing them out, we can point these contradictions that Brenda has that are obvious for everyone to see. But Brenda will never see it. So we could just keep literally repeating over and over. This is the contradiction here, Brenda. Can you not see it? Like I say, we've listed about 3 in detail, but I bet we could do more.
But now we have we have new form of gravity that you are losing weight going both directions.
Yeah.
Presence of
Brenda's
gravity.
globe science. Brenda's gravity, is it? Or Brenda's vector?
No, that's how they've always said it worked.
The weightless vector, Brenda. Contradictory. Weightless vector. It's weightless at both ends.
Brenda's weightless vector contradiction. Sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds... Weightless at 0.
Well, Brenda asked for a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
Can't say we bullied or anything like that.
Yeah, that does sound like a good... so we have down, but down has a 0 value. And at that 0 value, floaty, weightless. But the in the opposite direction, in the up, there's also a weightless.
Yeah, but something happens once you get. It's like you get to the center of a lollipop, right? In the middle, every direction is up. Once you get there, you can choose. It's like a special place, Brenda's center or whatever.
The vector 0 point.
Yes. So from there, you can, up is any direction you choose.
I think Brenda should do a presentation on blue marble sciences, because it does sound very blue marble sciencey, this shit, doesn't it?
Yeah, and Rumpus could get in with his diagrams. Sounds perfect.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and his solid gas. He's the guy that said gases are solids, right?
I don't know. You don't want to be contributing something so fucking ridiculous to Rumpus. He'd have to deny it if it was stupid. Maybe he might double down on it. I don't know.
Of course he will double down.
Yeah, I was going to go to Bedford this weekend, but I don't think it's going to happen. Rumpus, maybe next weekend. See what we can do about next weekend.
We're getting some hot days, even late in the year. How about you guys?
Yeah,
Right.
it's pretty
A bit
good.
chilly.
Now it's getting colder. A few days ago it was really warm, but now it's not.
Yeah, for us it should be very cold. Well, relatively cold now, but in the daytime we've been getting some good days, 18, 19, 20. It's unusual this late.
The sun has been very bright from what I see. So if you don't get any north winds, you're gonna have good weather. That's how it looks like.
It looks like it's going to be a good. If this is anything to go by, this ECV is going to open up a lot of explanations to what's been going on.
Yeah.
I think. Because the diletheism, right? It was Brenda that brought us diletheism. It was Brenda that let us know exactly what diletheism is and how it existed. Because up until that point, it's why I keep saying I'm thankful to a lot of these people that are around here. They've helped us show that some of the things that we didn't know end up getting looked at because people bring it to us. Brenda's one of those people that has brought quite a lot of things to us for us to look at. Diletheism being one of them. We didn't even know what diletheism was. we had to go back and have a research to find diletheism on one of our little trips. I think it might have been Buster again. Most of the time it's Buster that brings us these words.
Yeah, Brenda brought us a nice present. Many, but this is one of them.
Brenda wanted one contradiction, and we have like 3 at least.
Well, it's one of those things. It's like I think I said the start of this very show. People have been asking each other for proofs without knowing what proof is. And now we've found that Brenda's asking us for contradictions when we know that Brenda doesn't know what a contradiction is. Brenda's a diletheist. We'll never get what a contradiction is. So, similar sort of thing.
It's just funny to see how they make stuff up on the fly, you know? Or when the tough question is asked and there's a freeze followed by an insult. that's yeah.
Yeah, you can see the triggers because Brenda opens up. Goes all McToon.
Goes all ape.
Like the Hulk turns into the "Don't make me angry."
And they hate that because that's their objective. Their objective is to get us like that. And when we do it to them, oh, they don't like that.
I think that's why people like Farmer's Boy can't actually talk to us about anything, because I think Farmer's Boy would be just like that. I don't think he'd be able to contain himself. He'd go all Brenda beast mode.
Yeah. Yeah, Farmer's Boy doesn't really have much.
I'm wondering now, all of the people that we haven't really talked to, I'm wondering what they would be like, you know, with this when exposed to like the argument or something.
They don't have an argument. They claim superiority because they back the common knowledge. Whatever is their argument is, oh, you don't believe in this and that proven. And then when you ask them about proof, they say, well, there's no proof. So whatever the white coat explanation of the day is, that's what they back up. And you're just dumb if you don't believe it. Or you're unable to understand it. Even though you can recite their model to them, like, very easily.
I don't think you can recite their model, because they've made up their own model. Don't forget. They've made up their model talking to people like you. So you can't predict their model because it's not the same as the actual other model. They know better because they can't see any of the contradictions of the model. It's
That's
a
why
very
I said
tricky
early
position
on.
for them to be in.
Yeah.
That's why I
Yeah.
said early on that it sounded like a quiz because it was like she was scrambling for an answer, you know, just making it up on the spot.
Yeah. Well, there's an example of knowing their model, quote unquote, and asking them a question where you know they can't answer, and if they do, they're just going to look ridiculous to everybody. You know, when they say know thy enemy, of course, I don't look at Brenda as an enemy, but that expression, your opponent, let's say.
Yeah, and most people, I mean, how many people look into a topic as much as some of these, you know, people that have been following the mainstream or even globe science for the last few years, and where they found themselves, you know?
Yeah, and the stuff that they have to say, that we know they have to say, because, you know, globe model
If
defenders.
someone has already said it, then if two people agree, then it's globe science. Well, actually, it's just one. It could be one person with maybe even question themselves. Maybe that's good enough. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
not heard that before. That whole the center of the earth. I mean, is that Brenda's interpretation of mainstream? You know, or is that just no one's ever asked that question before?
I've heard that before.
Yeah, but not. I mean, like not in the mainstream, have you?
I don't think I've heard that in the mainstream. No, I must say no. I think this is a ball, Discord ball argument.
Mm. Yeah, so they definitely didn't get it from mainstream. So it is something that's been established in Discord chat rooms or wherever, you know, YouTube.
Yeah, I'm
What
trying to
you mean?
recall.
You mean the floating? You mean the floating part?
Yeah.
No, that's totally mainstream. That
Oh.
is. So if you write down this gravity has an equation, right? So this is how this is the equation that calculates the so-called little g, the one they call the acceleration of gravity, the 9.81 meters per second. So this is supposed to be a constant, but only if you use it locally. Like if you do really, really long shots that go really, really high up, then because little g gets weaker, because presumably as the object goes away from the Earth doesn't pull on it as much, then this should be taken into account. And this comes from a calculation, right? So little g is not a constant. It comes from a more general equation for gravity. And if you like mind fuck yourself a little bit with it, like you know, take the mama equation, the one that has so the equation that little g comes from, it comes from an equation that actually has r, the so-called radius of the sphere Earth. So you can play around in on paper with this r and see what happens when you make it larger or smaller.
But how
In a
do they
nutshell.
get to the bit where the guy's floating in the middle? How does that happen?
So yeah, so this comes because this happens because r becomes 0 when you're at the center of the sphere.
Oh, they turn geometry into a number.
Yeah.
What do you mean R? What do you mean R? Becomes 0.
The
What does
radius
R
of
have
the
to do with G?
It's in the alphabet.
Do, re, mi, fa, so.
So if
It's a
if
bit away.
if little g has radius in it, this given radius, so it is impossible to be in the center of the Earth because you cannot change radius in this calculation. So this is just nonsense.
No, it's not the radius. Well, my bad. It's not the radius. It's the distance from the center of mass of the Earth. They say.
So nothing to do with R. Okay. Still a fantasy, but yeah.
So if you're on the
straight
surface
line
of the Earth,
distance, right?
say again.
Is it a straight line distance?
Correct.
That's Euclidean.
So presumably, if you are on the surface of the ocean, this is more or less the value of R that one would use to calculate little g from.
So let's get this straight. In the fantasy, the center of the mass, where all the force is supposed to be, has the less g. Got that straight?
It's zero. Yeah, it's zero. Because
Makes perfect sense.
because they say that the force comes from the matter that is pulling other matter. That's what in the ball world, that's the paradigm. Matter, stuff pulls stuff by nature of stuff alone. That's what they claim, that it's an implicit property of stuff to pull other stuff, no matter what that stuff is. Can be any stuff. Just by it being stuff, it pulls other stuff.
Yes,
so
it's called attraction.
Yeah. So if you're at the center of this stuff, you've got an evenly distributed amount of a lot of stuff all around you. So it pulls you the same away from the center. So the total acceleration that you're gonna be experiencing at that point is zero. That's why they say they will float. But
yeah, we
it's also,
we know the fantasy, but the reality is all this stuff pressing on you. Think about it. It's total ridiculousness, right? You're in the center of this stuff, smashing you in the center, right? So you should be like squash. There's going to be no floating. There should be cemetery processions.
But then again, you wouldn't, according again to the same math, because
fantasy, yeah,
they wouldn't have any weight. So the pressure comes from the weight of the stuff, because you get pushed, you get pressurized because you've got stuff over you.
You mean the stuff that's on you? The stuff that's on you, all around you, pressing on you, makes you lighter?
Yeah,
makes
like that's what they say. Yeah.
No, but listen to what I say, right?
And at the same time, you're floating. You have the highest pressure that you could, and what else is the third thing? Oh yeah, and you're experiencing tidal forces that want to rip you apart, because all the stuff around you is pulling you at all directions. It's insane.
Well, this is ECV night, so yeah, there you go. 3 contradictions at least, right there.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that yes, it is mainstream. Yes, this is what these are the conclusions that you're gonna end to if you follow the mathematical formalism of gravity.
Why would you do that?
Yeah. The thing that doesn't exist, put numbers to it. That makes sense.
Oh, I mean, within the, if you want to, you said you want to understand the globe mind and the way it has been exploded. So this is one of the clues, I think.
I don't think I want to understand the globe mind, because I don't think you can understand the globe mind. Once it's been exploded, that's it. You've basically talking to an insane person. No common sense, just illogic. That's all I've got. What I'm more interested in is how you can get to that position.
It's not easy. It's hard work. You start from childhood, start with globes in the classroom, movies, stories about Santa Claus, and on and on. NASA, film. It's a progression. It's a planned thing.
I think what we've been showing over the last bit is that it's a dangerous thing to put globe there. It's much better for people to go ignorant, right? Ignorance is bliss.
Epohe.
As far as this lot is concerned, it seems once you are forced to choose, there's an addiction that comes around to sticking with that particular thing, and I don't know. People like Brenda have been showing that that's a place I don't want to go, right? I don't want to have to turn into that sort of a person that is forced to have non-arguments and be so offended at other people asking questions. I'm glad I don't
Yeah,
have to do that.
the offended part, I mean, I don't get it. It's bizarre. Why do they get offended? I mean, I really don't get why.
No. Get offended for something that they sort of claim is an obvious truth. I don't know.
I think that presenting them this obvious truth that this is contradiction or that it cannot happen, for example, showing impossibility, it would destroy the model. It cannot happen, so they are just closing their mind to that truth, and this is their defense. Just shut it down.
Yep. Whatever tactics you can use to stop that conversation will be done. And they've learned quite a few tricks of how to do that.
All right, I am off to bed. Good night, all.
All right, see
Thank
you
you very
later.
much.
Yeah, it's been a tricky night, hasn't it? Strange times. But I think it was expressed quite easily. Brenda showed us. Oh.
For ECV night, I don't think we could have had a better guest. Not even Rumpus, I don't think could have done better.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It's going to take a little bit longer before we work out exactly what this is. ECV. How do we express it?
I had the wife before asking me, what's ECV? I said, well, honey, it's existential, cognitive, failing. Huh?
You've been busted.
Yep, thanks to Buster.
You still live, Beth?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just finishing that race. Yeah, I think in it is time to shut it off, though, isn't it? It has been a good night.
Yeah. Wonder what tomorrow brings.
See you later, guys.
All right.
Lots of time for contemplation. Yeah. Hell of a thought experiment, that one, isn't it?
ECV. Or the up, down, down, up.
Yeah, up, down, down, up. Yeah. What was the chat like? I mean, quiet in there. I popped in a couple of times. Oh, there's some guy talking about a curve or something in there earlier.
Don't know.
He was talking to Paige. Don't think he'd been around very long with the with the questions that he put forward or the answers. It must be quite new to it. You know, the non-argument.
Yeah.
The nargument.
Right, yeah, I'll just park up here and shut this down. Right, thanks for everybody for watching. Well, let's have a Buster. Who will? Buster. Thanks a lot. Yeah, it's Los Santos RP GTA U Grand RP server 2 UK server. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Catch you later. We'll see you next week. Model Affliction Monday. Let's see what this weekend brings. If you want to, don't forget, if you want to join us, pop into the Discord server. We're here. It was a race, that was a race mid game. All right. Catch you later. Come on in at the weekend if anybody wants to know anything about what we're doing, playing the games, all of that. It's good fun. Buster's singing us out. Thanks for joining us.
I see the writing on the wall, it's plain. Ramblings of these madmen going insane. And now I see it clear. They're running and they're hiding because of fear. if I never communicate with logical will? If I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos rule? Transcendental numbers and conceptual maths will take you on a journey down a Penrose path, and you'll never see it clear. The path that you're on will be ends in tears. If I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing and if I don't speak out, if I never receive the Logos rule. Cast away the shadows and step into light, taking down giants and opening sight. And now I see it clear, the path that you're on ends in fear. if I don't sing, if I don't speak out, if I never communicate with logical will, if I don't sing out, if I don't speak